Alright, now I'm ready. That seems okay. Is that the right, let's turn this up just a little bit so I can hear a little better.
What? Who? Oh, I must have dozed off. Perhaps we need a spot of tea to wake us up. What do you say, Rufus?
Ah, Rufus.
Yes, quite right. Better get back to work. This book won't write itself. Maybe I should start somewhere easier. I'll come back to the prologue later. The sun rose over another perfect day in picturesque Arthurton. To the casual observer, Arthurton seemed like any other small, quiet town. It was nestled in a valley between two mountains, lined by lustrous forests, and perched on the edge of a pristine lake. It had a main street with all the essentials, including a place to sip coffee. It had schools, a college, a church, and a police station. It even had a museum no one ever visited. It was the kind of place you might find anywhere on your travels. Typical, maybe even forgettable. there was one thing in Arthurton that was unlike any other town in the whole world. Actually, it was a girl. Her name was Jenny LeClue, and she was the world's greatest detective. Finkelstein residence. Oh, hello, Glenda. Yes, he said he might ring. Okay, patch me through then. Richard? Yes, I got it. I did, and my answer is no. I understand that, but... Well, yes, of course, but... No. Nothing is settled. I'm not going to do it. It goes against everything my books stand for. No, not yet, but... If I could just... Please, listen to what I'm saying. You don't understand what you're asking for. You want me to turn Jenny's world upside down? Kill off my characters and destroy everything I've built over the last 30 years?
Dialogue speedrun, that's right.
Fine.
How you doing?
I'll give you what you want.
It's gonna be mostly dialogue and some, you know, looking at things.
Good day, sir.
How you been? It's gonna be it's 6 hours of this too. What are we doing now?
Predictable.
Now we actually play in character.
It's murder they'll get.
This is also a pretty jank setup, so if there's any problems like video or audio wise, just let me know. I'm gonna turn down my microphone a little bit.
It should have been another perfect day in Arthurton. But today was different. And nothing would ever be the same again.
There's like echo or stuttering in the video. Just let me know.
Jenny LeClue was dead. Her skin was pale, her eyes glassy and frozen. What cruel fate had befallen our beloved detective?
No. Never move the victim.
Mrs. LeClue, she's doing it again.
Jenny LeClue, you are a dead body. Dead bodies don't talk.
Yeah, who's Julie? The mama.
But he's doing it wrong! As wonderful as it would be if all cadavers were so talkative, we must deduce the cause of death without their help. With only the evidence laid before us, we build a picture from the fragments.
How dare you? I love Barbie.
Data and solve our puzzle one piece at a time, until it feels as if the victim is speaking to us. But Jenny is right, Jonathan. You mustn't disturb the crime scene. Vital evidence could be lost.
Sorry, Mrs. LeClue.
Okay, you've all had a chance to study the body? Who can postulate how she met her demise?
Ooh, me? I think it was an accident.
Yeah, she obviously wasn't looking where she was going.
So she slipped on the wet floor.
And cracked her head open. Like an egg.
And then she bled to death.
Okay, I changed my mind.
There's a giant pool of blood around her head.
Yeah, I know. I was being.
I actually really like this game a lot. I'm running this in a marathon.
Actually, you're both wrong.
What?
It was cold-blooded murder. Murder?
Don't be ridiculous.
Where's the murder weapon?
There's no evidence anyone else was even here.
Oh, yes, there is. It was murder, and I can prove it.
How you doing? Sweater.
Jenny had read all the books. She'd absorbed all her mother's teachings. But there was nothing quite like getting your hands
This is gonna go in
dirty.
a spiral here.
How many people get the chance to solve their own murder?
The first step in any good deduction was collecting evidence. Seemingly insignificant details could provide a vital piece of the puzzle.
First, I'll search the crime scene for clues.
Then she'd analyze the data. And finally,
Deduce the real cause of death.
Jenny's blue sweater was
Then
scruffy
the blood,
and quite
then the
uncomfortable.
lips, then the glasses.
But her
Got it.
grandmother had knitted it.
We start
and
where
so
we
it was
start
her
and we
favorite.
spiral out.
The more it itched, the closer she felt to her.
There's no doubt the victim lost a lot of blood. The victim has a green smudge on her lips. It's not lipstick.
Without her trusty bifocals, Jenny couldn't see the nose in front of
Ah,
her
it's late
face.
night, but you're only back
They were
home.
her
I
window
gotcha.
to the world.
Oh, if you're
and
in
the
Russia, that
lens
makes
through which
sense.
she focused her keen detective vision. It wasn't Jenny's style to wear accessories.
Yeah, so now we're
This
just
haircut was
analyzing
the
this
exception.
crime scene
Its function as a lockpick had
in
saved
the
Jenny
most
from a long
efficient way
night
possible,
trapped
and
in
then
her
we're
school
going
locker.
to
She'd worn
make
it ever
a
since.
deduction based on that. And that's sort of, this is just the, more
What
or
a
less
waste
the
of perfectly
tutorial
good
for
coffee.
how to do this for the
Jenny's
rest
love
of the
for
game.
coffee was almost as strong as her passion for crime solving.
Chalky green residue on the rim. Smells like burnt matches. Approximately 8 sizes too big. And covered in mud. The floor is wet and slippery, but also immaculately clean. I've seen enough. Time to wrap this case up.
Jenny was a meticulous record keeper, noting every relevant clue in her trusty journal. A great detective knew that solving a mystery was simply a matter of connecting the dots.
I'm certain this wasn't a mere accident. Now I just need to prove it. How do I know the victim didn't slip? The victim's boots are filthy. They should have left big muddy footprints on the floor. So where are they? Either someone washed away her footprints, or she was carried here. Okay, that proves she didn't slip. So how did she actually die? What was the real cause of death?
She was poisoned.
There's a green residue in the bottom of the victim's coffee cup. It smells of burnt matches. Phosphorus. Also found in common garden fertilizer. The same green mark is on the victim's lips. Her coffee was spiked with fertilizer. Someone clearly wanted her dead. Ah, the case of the dead lab assistant. Gone before her time. Was it poison? Yes. A blow to the head? Yes.
Like the rocks on poison.
accident?
That's right.
Certainly not.
Poison.
No footprints in an unshattered mug?
Don't
She was
trust a
killed
big
somewhere
burning
else and
smile.
carried here.
That girl is
This
poison.
is the story of a scorned ex-lover.
Jenny?
The gardener enacting his revenge.
Jenny,
A deadly
This
brew
game
of
is mostly
fertilizer
just
and
cutscenes,
caffeine
honestly.
coursing through the veins.
that's quite enough, thank you.
What happens to the gardener?
Is this gonna be on the test?
Remember, class, even the smartest criminals make mistakes. This is how we catch a killer.
But what's the point of all this?
Yeah, there hasn't been a murder in Arthurton in years.
Every town has a dark side.
Yeah,
even
you're not
Arthurton.
wrong.
By doubting,
He's not
we are
wrong
led to
about
question.
that. That is what we call
And by
foreshadowing.
questioning, we arrive at the truth. Okay, that's all for today. Don't forget, next class is our field trip to the morgue. So have a light lunch. The students need to think for themselves, Jenny. That's why they're here at Gumboldt. To learn.
I just figured we all had places to go. Speaking of which,
And where are you off to, young lady?
I'm a dead body mom, remember? Dead bodies don't tell. See ya.
Wait, before you go, I have something for you.
Cool. What is it?
If I told you, that would spoil the fun, wouldn't it?
The LeClues didn't simply hand each other presents. They hid them. It was a family tradition, and Jenny had developed a sixth sense for finding them. With her trusty magnifying glass at her side...
Yeah, this game has like its own aesthetic. Sort of this, it's like by design.
A new journal.
To Jenny, there was nothing better than the aroma of a fresh leather notebook. It smelled like mystery. Without missing a beat, she did what any detective worth their salt would do.
Decorate
She
it.
decorated it.
But I'm not actually going to.
A new journal meant new adventures. She imagined all the thrilling cases that would soon fill its pages. And on the first page, her mother had written an inscription.
A great detective never gives up. Love, Mom. I love it. Thanks, Mom.
Jenny, I wanted to talk.
This is the only time she actually like
to
is
say,
an olive branch.
Somewhere in the back of Jenny's highly caffeinated brain, an alarm bell was ringing. Her mum was hesitating. What could be causing her to act so out of character?
Crossed arms. Furrowed brow.
Jenny saw it coming from a mile away. Her mother was about to get...
Emotional.
I've really gotta go.
No, Jenny, wait. I need your help.
What? Really?
Jenny couldn't believe her ears. It was extremely unusual for her mother to ask for help. It must be something very important. Tracing the steps of a deranged killer? A cold case that only someone with Jenny's expertise could solve?
I've misplaced the students' essays on decapitation. See if you can find them for me before you leave. I have to run.
Wow. The case of the misplaced papers. Are you sure you want to trust me with such a complex task?
I have no doubt you'll be able to find them. They're around here somewhere.
Jenny was unsure if her mother was unable to detect sarcasm or just really good at ignoring it.
Okay, Mom. I'll find them before I leave. On one condition.
Yes?
You have to let me help grade them.
One of Jenny's favorite pastimes was grading papers. Nothing pleased her more than giving a big shiny F to an overconfident student.
Don't push your luck.
Please.
Okay.
Yes.
Find the papers and go straight home.
But I'm meeting Keith tonight.
No buts, remember?
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm still feeling the effects of being poisoned for your class.
Well then, I have the perfect antidote. You're staying with your cousin this weekend, and you still need
Susie
to pack.
Glatz.
This again. Look, I've considered your offer, Mom, and I'm going to have to decline. I'm old enough to take care of myself.
I'll be back late tonight. There's meatloaf in the fridge.
Late again? What are you up to?
Jenny,
That's
LeClue,
right. What's up, money?
difficult week. Could you please just
I'm
do
running
what you're
this
told for once and stop asking
on
questions?
Saturday for a
Fine.
marathon. Saturday
And try
afternoon.
to stay out of trouble.
When do I ever get into trouble? All right, let's find these papers and get out of here.
Becoming a great detective took more than book smarts.
Yes,
You
right.
needed real-life experience.
I just wanted.
Jenny
I didn't want to be
was always on
super
the lookout
rusty
for
going
a
into
chance to get her hands dirty.
a marathon run, so I thought I'd find some time in the afternoon.
It's one of the students' term papers. You can tell by the terrible handwriting and erroneous conclusions. Mom must have put them behind the chalkboard.
There?
Found you. Time to get out of here.
Jenny looked around the room one last time. Was she ready to leave? Okay, so she wasn't really dead. That would be silly.
You might be busy that day. Well,
Jenny was alive and
it's a
well
6-hour
and
run,
for another
so and it starts at noon. Starts at noon Pacific, 12:30 Pacific or whatever. So you're around. Twitch.tv/really longathon. The marathon already started. It started today. I think it's on the second run of the marathon now. I'm just gonna skip everything here. Just skip everything. Can you skip everything? Talk to the
Hello,
team.
Mr. Strasberry. How are you today?
A jolly gentleman. The dean was often seen shaking hands and kissing babies around town.
We skipped a bunch of
He's
stuff
also
there.
Mom's boss.
But more than that, he was her loyal friend.
What do you think, Jenny?
The dean had dedicated his life to Gumboldt, and the townspeople had spared no expense in their tribute to him.
Quite a striking resemblance, Mr. Strasberry.
It's a scary thing, Jenny. Retirement.
Great excuse for a party, though. What will you do when you're no longer the dean?
I've been trying not to think about it.
This place won't be the same without you.
Things change, Jenny. Time marches
Oh,
on,
nice!
and
That's
we
awesome.
must do our best
That's
to
totally
adapt.
worth skipping my stupid
It's going to
run.
be difficult, but I'm sure we will get through it.
Nice long drive for you
What do you
too.
mean, we?
Do you think they made my belly too big?
It's probably just a perspective, Mr. Strasberry.
You are a clever one, Jenny LeClue.
Yeah, being nice is. This is one of the few times where being nice is faster than being mean.
Have you been practicing your detective skills?
Have I? Of course, always.
Well then, I have a challenge for you. I bet you can't guess what I ate for breakfast.
At last, a real challenge for Jenny.
I love when she looks directly into the camera like that.
Took all her
Makes me
wits
very
to
happy.
solve.
Well, okay. Anything for you, Mr. Strasberry.
Oh, how wonderful.
Yeah, Mean Jenny is not far
Need to ask you
away.
a few questions.
You end up with the CEO Jenny. That's the one that you end up with every time here. All right. What is it? It's the pin, the bow tie,
It can't be dandruff.
spoon.
He has
Oh
a
yeah, I
hair.
should have done the pin first.
I have a
Makes
hunch
sense.
it's powdered sugar.
The dean was a big fan of the Gumboldt moonbeams, and not just because his son was a prominent figure on the team.
Well, a bench warmer anyway. Looks like he accidentally put a spoon in his pocket instead of his pen. It's got a coffee stain on it.
Shaky penmanship.
A thick
My bit
bundle
rate's
of note
all over the
cards poked
place.
out of the dean's pocket.
What's he keeping so close to his chest? You've been making a lot of notes, Mr. Strasberry.
Oh, I was intending to make a speech on Saturday.
Why have you scratched out so much of it?
Your mother suggested I keep it short.
Yeah,
Quite
she's
right,
not kidding
too.
about that. I think he
I
was going to
must have
admit to
rewritten it
everything.
20
Is that what it is?
times
I think
by
that's what it
now.
is, right?
I just can't seem to find the right words.
If I press A too close after pressing, finishing pressing Y, then it doesn't work. Pocket watch, ring, shoes.
The Dean didn't button his shirt properly. It looks like a bloodstain, but the seeds indicate otherwise.
The pocket watch ends up being very important. No, the ring ends up
His
being
watch
very
is
important. The
slow.
pocket watch is
That's unlike the Dean.
sort of
He's usually very
secondarily
punctual.
important.
Your watch is 45 minutes slow.
Is it? Oh my. That explains why there was no cheesecake left in the cafeteria. My head's not screwed on today. Thank goodness you noticed, or I'd be late for my meeting with your mother.
Oh, really? She didn't mention anything to me.
That was the mistake.
Well,
This is what starts everything, is him
It's
mentioning the
nothing
meeting
important.
with the mom
Why are
at the
you meeting them?
library.
it's just, she's helping me finalize my plans for,
Your party?
yes, that's it. My retirement party. Thank you.
Are you okay, Mr. Strasberry?
Of course. Now let me just fix my watch before I forget. Now, where were we?
Ipsa scientia potestas est. Looks like Latin. Your ring sure looks old.
It was made for my grandfather. He passed it down to my father, who passed it down to me. And when the time comes, I'll pass it on to my son.
The Strasberry family had been champions of education for generations.
What does the inscription mean?
Knowledge itself is power. The inquisitive spirit is a mighty thing, Jenny.
Sure is.
And nothing is as important as the
I apologize
truth.
if you can hear the fan, but it's too hot in here. Probably move it around so you can't hear it as well.
For the Dean, being covered in plant life was not unusual. His work as a botanist was renowned.
Looks like you're carrying some extra baggage today, Mr. Strasberry.
Well, I do have a lot on my mind.
I was referring to your legs.
Oh, thank you. I have been doing my daily calisthenics.
No, I mean the sticky stuff in
Daily
your pants.
calisthenics.
What? Oh! Hitchhikers. I've been working on a new orchid hybrid in my greenhouse. They're beautiful, but the leaves are quite clingy. I will say, I am looking forward to spending more time in the dirt. So, what do you think, Jenny? Can you guess what I had for breakfast?
Yes, I can.
Sure, Mr. Strasberry. I've got everything I need to solve this mystery. What did the Dean eat for breakfast? Jam on his shirt and powdered sugar on his tie. The evidence points strongly to the Dean's breakfast consisting of 1, maybe 2 donuts.
Spoon, pocket watch, shirt button.
What else can I tell about the Dean's morning? The Dean had neglected to wind his pocket watch. The act of a distracted man. This resulted in his whole routine being thrown off, which might explain why he has a spoon in his pocket instead of a pen. You had a donut for breakfast.
Yes?
I'm guessing...
These are actually both correct, so it doesn't matter which one you pick there. Fun fact.
How did you know?
That part was easy. You always have donuts for breakfast. But something else caught my attention.
Oh?
I think you have something on your mind, Mr. Strasberry. You are usually a picture of precision and punctuality. But today, there's a spoon in your pocket and your shirt button is undone.
My, you really are a LeClue. Your father would be so proud.
Thanks. Well, I should be going. I'm meeting your son by the lake.
And I'm meeting your mother in the library. What a small world this is.
Too small.
A perfectly small world with everything in its right place.
Who would want to change that?
Pardon?
Nothing. See you on Saturday.
Oh, yes. Until we meet again, Jenny LeClue.
Jenny LeClue. Then this phone's gonna ring. Let's have a whole conversation with CJ.
Well, that's not creepy at all.
In her short time as a detective, Jenny had learned never to ignore a ringing phone.
Hello.
The dog barks loudest before the dawn.
CJ?
What? CJ, is that you?
The dog barks loudest before the dawn.
Really? This again? It's me, Jenny. We don't need to do this.
I have no idea who you are, and I know no one by that name. The dog barks loudest before the dawn.
Fine. The early bird can't catch the lazy worm.
Good. The wind blows strongly from the east.
A watched pot feels very self-conscious.
Excellent. The evening sky is full of fireflies.
The
last donut is the tastiest.
Ah! Jenny, it is you!
Of course it is.
I need to meet with you right away.
Okay. Where do you want to meet?
This place will do.
Frequently jailed
Everyone
for
in town
public
knew that
outbursts.
CJ was mad.
I love CJ.
Even dangerous.
He's not dangerous. He just doesn't accept things at face value. Sure, he's a bit fixated on extraterrestrials, but at least he's passionate about something.
CJ and Jenny certainly indulged each other's obsessions. But most of all, CJ treated Jenny like a colleague.
And not a little kid. CJ, why did we go through all that if you're right here?
Can't be too careful. Are you sure you weren't followed?
Who would be following me?
Shh. This place is compromised. We don't have long to talk. Now, what did you want to talk to me about?
What? You called me.
Did I? Why?
Talking to CJ was a bit like navigating a maze. You had a rough idea of where you were headed, but you couldn't be sure you'd ever get there.
I'll help you figure it out.
The interrogation of CJ. The Illuminati compass.
I knew he was hiding something. A compass with strange symbols where the cardinal direction should be. Looks broken. Where did you get that compass?
Ah, you spotted it. I knew you would. It belonged to my father. He left it to me to find the truth.
You're not going to find anything with that. The needle is wandering all over the place. A bit like you.
It's searching
For what?
for them. It's this town, Jenny. It's Arthurton. They're here, among us. And this proves it.
Or it could just be broken.
Could be.
Only 6
I guess
hours
we'll
of
never
this
know.
one left, I guess. What does CJ stand for? It's true, we never find that out.
Is it your birthday, CJ?
Birthday? Whose birthday? Clangston's birthday. But Clangston died on his birthday. Assassination? Possibly. Abduction? Almost certainly.
CJ, the card?
Oh, this. It's for you. Impossible shot. Died instantly. No suspects. No human suspects, anyway.
Thanks, CJ. That's, thoughtful. I didn't think you'd remember.
I know what it's like.
Sorry
to
about
lose
your dad.
something important.
It's an anniversary.
Triple shred and incinerate that card as soon as possible. It's got
Now
my
triple shred and
fingerprints all
incinerate
over it.
that card as soon as possible. Ah, so good. I hate that this stupid thing sleeps.
What's that sticking out of your sock?
Ah, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I intercepted a secret message. Classified intel. It's proof.
Hey, Glacier.
It's happening
Good
again.
to see you.
It's time for us to join the fight.
This doesn't look like the kind of pamphlet he usually makes.
Let's
It's been
flip it.
professionally printed.
Let's flip it.
Could CJ finally be onto something?
Oh, it's just part of a cereal box.
A cereal box from another space-time continuum?
Nope, just a regular cereal box. It's an ad for a toy.
But why? Why would it just be lying there in the trash?
I'm sorry, CJ. There are still great mysteries out there to solve, but this isn't one of them. So what's the plan now?
Library. Research. Very important. Very hush-hush.
They let you back in?
Not yet. But I've got this hat now.
It wasn't your head that needed covering.
No, for disguise.
I know,
Oh, yeah. I'm at my parents' house.
What is it this time? More UFOs?
For,
radio wave mind control? A globally
for
connected
personal
communication network
reasons,
used exclusively
I'm
to view
staying
pictures
at my
of
parents'
cats?
house for a couple weeks, but I need to
You sound
stream
crazy.
this game
I'm
from
just
here
preparing my defense for the hearing.
on Saturday,
Is
so
this because you tried
figured
to
a tune-up
hypnotize Mrs.
run
Brown's
from here would
prized
work.
poodle?
No.
So yeah, this is a whole different setup. And I know
Because
the
I peed in the water tower.
CJ.
the
And
Oh,
this
yeah,
is
everything's
the
everyth's
thanks I
okay,
get for
thankfully.
saving everyone from the mind control chemicals.
but yeah.
Well, I guess I'll see you later then.
But CJ was gone.
But yeah, and I know that
CJ,
the camera's
I
a
know you're
little bit
standing
like
behind the phone booth.
I don't know how to
I
fix it,
just
so
watched
I don't
you
really
walk
care
over
that
there.
much.
No, I'm not.
Okay then. Bye.
See you later.
That lady Ida, she has a unique voice actress that voices no one else in the game, and you can just skip her.
Lake Nowhere, 1 mile.
It was the missing collect. Yeah, there's nothing. There's no games behind me. It's just like a wall.
Perfect. Hold it right there. Okay.
Yeah, everything
Let it
looks
go.
wrong. Yeah, this is my childhood bedroom.
Oh dear.
That was ominous.
Detective for hire. Jenny had saved up the whole summer to place an ad in the local paper, but no one had answered it. Until now.
Until now.
What could this new case be?
Oh, this is when we
Her
meet Susie for the
imagination
first
ran
time.
wild, picturing the possibilities.
We meet Susie and her friends.
And
And
so,
Keith!
after helping
The
her
two
mom
most
at
important
Dogbolt
secondary
College,
characters in the
she
game. We
hurried
meet
to
them
the
right at the
pier.
same time.
What the?
Hey, kid. Watch where you're going.
Hey, screw you! Your wrench nearly cracked my head open.
Oh, no. It's not damaged, is it?
It's my lucky wrench.
That's my lucky wrench.
Yeah, lucky it didn't kill me. When's this upgrade gonna be finished anyway?
Look, kid, I just go where they tell me. Every night, another power surge. Every morning, another part of the grid fry. And I'm out here fixing it. Do I get any thanks? No.
What's causing all the outages?
At the moment, a little red-headed girl. Now throw me my wrench, kid.
Fine. I've got bigger fish to fry.
Thanks, kid.
Were they like this?
As Jenny stepped out of the dark forest, she saw warm sunlight reflecting off the cool
What year
lake.
is it?
And next to that, something even cooler. Keith Stroudsbury.
Ah, Keith.
Come on, Keith.
Veronica.
Not so much grinding.
Oh, Keith, what are you doing?
Not everyone saw it, but to Jenny, there was something special about Keith.
He's just
And our
happy
friend
being
Susie
himself.
Glass.
Nothing seemed to bother him.
Not even having to dance in a costume for $1 an hour.
But Jenny was not so laid back,
Not when it comes to standing up for a friend.
Literally your only friend.
especially her only
Yeah.
friend.
All I could do is laugh. That's pretty common for construction. It takes a long time. Construction's complicated.
I think there's been enough dancing for one day, don't you? Hey, Jenny. Hello. Susan. Actually, I prefer Susie.
Susan.
Busy laughing while others earn a living, Susan? Not everyone's got your dad's money, I guess.
Jenny, hi!
Heath.
Tall and handsome, with intense, mysterious eyes. Cool should have been his middle name, instead of Tarquin.
Instead of Tarquin.
But Keith was so cool, he didn't even mind.
Give me 1 minute. I'm just finishing
Sure. Don't let me interrupt your work.
my shift ends.
In 15 minutes, I know. I'm early. I'm meeting a client over at the dock.
Ah, paid case.
Could be big. Real big. Couldn't be as big as her head.
Wow, that's really...
Impressive? Maybe. All I care about is keeping this town crime-free.
The only crime here is that haircut.
I like that Susie doesn't
Back
ever
in a minute,
laugh at
Keith.
that stuff.
I'll have the usual. Straight up and hot. Nothing fancy.
I feel like Jenny would be somebody who likes black coffee as a teenager.
Aha! Got you this time, you slippery
The
fella.
voice actor for this character, she died recently.
Ah, shucks. Just another boot.
Excuse me, Mr. Humdrum.
Oh my! If it isn't little Jenny LeClue. What a glorious day, don't you think?
As far as Jenny was concerned, small talk was like a second pair of underpants. Uncomfortable and completely unnecessary.
But Mom always says, create a good rapport, and they'll reveal everything to you.
So she gave it a shot.
Nice, weather we're having?
Oh, isn't it marvelous? Just look out there, Jenny.
Alright.
She's got that wonderful afternoon glow.
This is the only type of really long run I could ever do, I think.
No
I couldn't
one
do
knew
like
why the lake
6
glowed
hours
at
of like
night,
intense
and few were
gaming.
brave enough
I
to
feel like
swim in
watching a
murky
movie, a
waters.
6-hour movie, is more
What
like
lay
it.
beneath its depths was the stuff
Basically
of
what this
myth
is.
and legend.
Somewhere
Just
out
so
there
many
lies the
cutscenes
giant
and
red
times to
herring,
rest
or
so I
so
can
they say.
drink my water and eat my
No
Cheez-Its.
one's ever caught one. Sounds fishy to me.
Well, if she's out there, I'll catch her.
Yeah, see, hours of FF13, exactly.
Great.
See?
Well,
The
now we have a good
FF13
rapport.
speedrun apparently is
Where
really
can I
long.
find Mrs. Humdrum?
Well, she's down there on the ridge. Oh, if you're headed down there, there's a knack to getting the ladder to work.
Yeah, seriously.
First you shake it.
Final Fantasy
then you
speedrunners have
kick
my
it,
respect. That's
and then
so
you push
much.
Sounds
450 is actually not bad,
unnecessarily
wow.
complicated.
A lot of them, like Final
Well,
Fantasy
join
10
around
and stuff,
that
the
a
world
bit.
record's like
Just after
10
supper,
hours,
tackle out.
9 hours, 8 hours. I can't do that. I like the idea. I like the idea of running long games, but I don't really have the patience or the free time to do it.
Aha! That did the trick.
Yeah, FF10 is more than half cutscenes. That makes sense. One of the streamers I watch a lot ran FF9 for a while, and it's the same thing. It's
Mrs.
lots of
Humdrum, I
cutscenes.
presume?
This is also mostly cutscenes.
Oh, hello! You?
I'm the private detective you contacted. Jenny LeClue, at your service. I'm here to solve your case.
Who is it, Dan?
It's Jenny, dear, the LeClue girl. She doesn't see so well without her glasses.
Oh, hello, Jenny. I'm afraid I don't see so well without my glasses.
Nothing wrong with her hearing, though.
What did she say?
I said there's nothing wrong with your hearing, dear.
Oh, no, thank you. I've already eaten.
What could she have possibly
I
heard
believe
there?
you have a case for me?
We do. We do.
Great. So what's the trouble?
I feel like this game, if
Haunted
somebody
by the
actually
ghost of a
sat
former
down and
lover?
tried to skip some
Wanted to
stuff, it's
poison
probably
my mad
doable.
uncle?
This game's kind of
Something
it's a little
so
bit
dark and
broken
gruesome
already.
I can't even begin to imagine the horror.
But that's not what I do. I'm not like a
I've lost
glitch
my
hunter.
reading
I've accidentally done some glitches
Oh.
in this game, but
And there
Nothing
it was. A
exciting.
real case. A confounding mystery to challenge Jenny's brilliant mind.
I thought this was finally going to be a good one.
What do you think, Jenny? Can you help?
Sure, Mr. Humdrum. I'm gonna need to ask you a few questions.
Oh yeah? I buy that. If you want to just, like, practice.
Looks freshly blow-dried.
I actually have this on Steam now, but I haven't set it up so I run it, so I'm still running it on Switch. I don't know if it's going to be faster on PC or not, honestly.
Thank you. I had it done yesterday. Dan didn't notice. They call it the Queen's Coif.
Well, it's certainly
big.
And expensive.
But I'm worth it, Dan.
Who could put a price on that beautiful head of hair?
You're not so bad yourself, hot stuff.
Gross.
I've never been interrogated before. This is such fun.
Jenny recognized the distinctive indentations left behind by a pair of spectacles.
She must have been wearing them recently. You still have marks from your glasses on the bridge of your nose.
Yeah, I'm assuming. I was thinking maybe like loading times or something might be a little bit faster. But this is I have this on my hard drive on my Switch, so
I'm really not sure.
I know the gameplay is probably the same.
You had them at your Tuesday book club.
Oh yes, we're reading 50 Shady
Paints.
Graves.
50 Shady Graves.
Oh, very good.
The best.
How long have you been solving mysteries? But
I'll ask the questions, thank you.
Paints, binocular, coat pocket, pants. Got it.
I expect you're finding it difficult to paint without your glasses.
oh no, I never wear them when I paint. I like to feel the canvas.
I like to feel the
to
canvas.
interpret the colors.
She's an incredible painter. You should have her paint you.
Thanks, but I don't mix business with pleasure.
What's next? Fingerprints? Oh, polygraph test? It's like you're reading my mind.
Do you often carry a pair of binoculars?
She doesn't go anywhere without them.
I presume you don't wear your glasses when you use the binoculars.
No, I can't get my eyes close enough to the eye cups.
I see.
Have you figured it out yet? The suspense is killing me.
Yeah, strong agree on the binoculars plus glasses.
Jenny had often snuck through the hole in the fence at Grubman's to watch
$1
the
for
races.
Flea Biscuit.
She could understand.
There's also
why
tons of
Ross ran
little
so hard. They were
there's
chasing
tons of little
puppies
puns in
and
this
food.
game that are so
What the
easy to miss
adults
if you're
were
not paying
chasing
attention.
was less relatable.
Tons of them.
I notice you're a gambler, Mrs. Humdrum.
In the library
the
in the
Greyhound
next
races.
the next
That
split,
was yesterday.
a lot of the books
We
are
always
just
go to
puns.
Grubman's on Wednesday.
Did you take your binoculars with you?
Of course. Those little critters are so far away. I can't keep up without my binoculars.
Interesting.
I feel like you know more about me than I do.
There we go. That's optimal movement right there. Boom.
That's a large hole. She must have caught it on something. Did you have trouble climbing down the ladder, Mrs. Humdrum?
Why, yes, I did. How on earth did you know?
There's a tear in your pants pocket.
Well, what do you know? I didn't realize
Haircut
these
plus
pants even
bedding
had
slip plus
pockets.
binoculars. Got it.
You are so thorough. Any more questions?
I think I have everything I need to wrap this one up. Where are Gail's glasses?
Also, controlling the pointer on this screen is terrible.
Gail was at the races
honestly.
last night. She had to remove her glasses to use the binoculars.
I could be
Gail also
eating
had her haircut
cupcakes.
recently. It's fluffy and big, and could easily hide a small object.
Do do do. All right, Mean Jenny's coming up.
Solving a complex
Once
mystery
we
like
solve the
case of
crime,
missing
we're gonna be mean to
glasses was tough
Veronica.
work.
Not very mean, just mean.
But now came the most satisfying part.
The
Delivering
denouement.
dramatic denouement.
It could have happened to anyone. Why fate picked this poor woman, we may never know.
Who's she talking to, Dan?
Shh, she's working.
Our victim. A simple-minded but well-meaning lady with mild myopia and a keen sense of fashion.
Oh, I think that's me, Dan.
A fruitless day at the racetrack. An act of instinct lost in the heat of the moment. One hand reaching for a pair of binoculars. The other moving a pair of reading glasses aside.
That's what happened.
Picture the glamorous yet impractical coiffure, tall enough to
This is the
conceal a
better of
small
the two as
object.
well. The mystery writer, and it's faster than the detective one.
Ladies and gentlemen, I posit that these missing glasses are not missing at all. They are, in fact, hiding in the victim's elaborate web of hair.
Oh, so they are. Right there on top of my head.
Incredible! What a talent!
That also means that she
They're
slept
always in
with
the last
glasses in
place
her
you
hair,
look, aren't they?
which
A master
Good for her.
detective in the making.
What would we have done without you?
Gail, don't forget to pay the girl.
Oh, of course, silly
Gail
me.
Humdrum.
You must be rewarded generously for all your hard work. Now don't spend it all in one place.
Thanks. I'll do my best.
All right, time to be mean to Veronica. Not very mean, but just mean. Let's ignore all of that stuff. Let's go.
Are you ready, Keith?
Wow, what an amazing detective.
Glasses on her head. Who could have guessed? Oh, you heard.
Whatever would we do without Master Investigator Jenny LeClue?
I thought it was pretty cool, Jenny.
And a whole nickel! You must be so excited.
Yeah, that's more than her mom makes in a month.
So mean.
Come on, guys. Let's all just... Hey, Jenny, my grandma called. She wants her sweater back.
Literally, her grandma knitted it for her.
Oh, how wonderful it was to joke around with friends.
I've had enough of this.
So, we're gonna go with the lazy eye instead of the cheating father.
Over-application of makeup. Hair drawn over face. Wear sunglasses even at night. You're trying to distract from something.
Kajink
A lazy
rage.
eye, perhaps? What? No! How do you... Shut up, Jenny! You don't know...
Oh yeah, these are the worst, but they go away. Whereas Pyro Cheerleader is one of the main characters in Life is Strange Before the Storm.
Aw, don't cry, Veronica.
On the other hand, Susie is great.
Jenny LeWho?
The Missing Friends. Good one.
Yeah, good one, Veronica. Come on, let's get you home. Are you coming, Susie?
Thanks for the coffee, Keith. And the extra sugar.
Of course. It's...
Nothing special at all, and the same thing he does for everyone? Oh, okay. See you around, Keith. Well, that went well. Shall we?
Yeah. I've got no customers now anyway.
Again, I'll reiterate, if there's any, like, audio balancing or weird issues, just let me know. Because this is, again, a new setup. New-ish. I've done a couple of
exciting ever
streams with this setup, but nothing like this.
I'm so tired of these simple cases. How am I supposed to become a real detective if there are no real crimes to solve?
You help that old lady? Darn.
Thanks, Keith. But it was stupid, and everyone knew it. Including your girlfriend.
She's not my...
And you really mustn't let them treat you like that. You should stick up for yourself.
They don't mean anything.
Sometimes you just gotta speak up and say how you feel.
Well,
These choices here you make almost no difference. I think The quickest, the most important thing is making a choice quickly, more than which choice you make here. You save more time making a quick choice than you do on making the correct choice.
Not in this ghost town.
It's not so bad.
Don't you ever wonder what it would be like to live somewhere else?
Oh,
Cool.
not really.
Who am I kidding? There is nowhere else. Not for miles.
I see for miles and miles. I see for miles and miles.
Oh, shucks.
I see practice is going well. Is your dad still pressuring you to play?
Well...
Come on, Keith. You hate basketball. And tough love? But you're the worst player on the team.
Not the worst.
Well, on the bench anyway. Why don't you just tell him you don't want to play anymore?
It's a Strasberry tradition.
That's my point, Keith. This whole town is dead, stuck in the past. Everyone is just doing what they're told without questioning why. Where's the ambition, the sense of adventure?
Are we still talking about basketball? How's your mom?
She seems distracted.
Distracted.
Normally, she's so focused on her job. I mean, it's understandable. It's been almost a year since... And now she's planning to go away for the weekend, and she still won't tell me why.
Yeah?
She was definitely acting weird earlier.
Maybe she's lonely?
You know what? You're right.
I am?
She shouldn't be alone right now. Actually, your dad told me they were meeting...
This is the only one that really matters, is this
Going
guy
to
right
need
here.
supplies. 2 of Mr. Bean's finest, please. To go, of course. Here is my payment in full.
That's a nickel.
Put the rest on my tab? Thanks for the pep talk, Keith. You always know what to say to make me feel better.
Last stone. You want it?
Thanks. Woohoo! Bullseye!
Keith was an excellent listener. Or maybe he just didn't speak much. Either way, Jenny really enjoyed their little talks. He was the only person who really seemed to understand her. Jenny biked briskly towards the library back on campus to surprise her mother. Nothing exciting ever happens here, she grumbled, unaware of the great adventure that lay in store.
Too quiet.
No one on duty. A book thief's paradise.
I'm sure she hates the dark.
That was weird. Hello?
Alright, this is the first of like the RNG, like the puzzles that actually are RNGs coming up. So, just gonna have to solve the puzzle myself with my brains.
Something's not right here.
A mystery was unfolding.
Whatever it is, I'll get to the bottom of it.
Sure you will. The case of the quiet library. Too quiet.
Laddertron 5000. The pinnacle of remote
Okay,
ladder
then.
and bookcase technology. Kindly donated by the Glatz Foundation.
The Glatz family was one of the oldest in town. They were the first to mine the valuable quartz deposits beneath Arthurton. And as such, they became incomparably wealthy.
And they sure like to let everyone know it.
Fucking phone automated bullshit.
Whoa! Dangerous!
The newly installed ladder system was prone to malfunction.
Should have kept the old wooden ladders.
Just tell me what you want. Oh, yeah. I know that.
I need to find a way to turn the power off.
I want to talk to a human.
Jenny gazed at the
let's
technological
figure out how this
marvel
works
of
exactly.
Ladatron 5000.
Seems pointless. It's not hard to move a ladder.
Sometimes it feels like some unknown force is just trying to slow me down.
Yeah, I get that. That's good. Also good. Nope. That should do it, though. Not too bad. We take that. The cart.
Jenny was notorious for climbing book carts.
It's the only way to reach the highest shelves. In fact, this could be useful.
But something else had caught her eye.
This table's a complete mess. Who would leave it like this?
That's CJ.
Illegible scribbles, intricate diagrams of giant machines, a worn copy of Aliens in Arthurton.
Jenny knew only one person could have been sitting here.
CJ. It's odd, though. He usually hides everything when he's finished. What's this?
A tattered piece of paper with a series of seemingly unrelated notes.
UFOs, shadow men, experiments on corpses.
It seemed that CJ was
Sometimes I
unraveling
just
a mystery
like,
of his
for
own.
those, I'll just like start mashing 0
Something on the other
or
side.
saying operator. Sometimes that helps.
Wow, a color map of Arthurton.
Jenny had never seen a town map with this level of detail before.
Can't believe CJ left this behind. That's so unlike him. He'd be terrified if it.
Or swear at them. Yeah, that works too.
I'll keep it safe until I see him again.
Say operator. I'm going to go to the picture of the dean here. I think I MG the picture. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, sorry. But since I know, because I fucking asked for one. But sometimes they want to route you to the correct
21st and
operator, you
jolliest
see.
Dean smiled down at Jenny.
Looking a bit wonky today, Mr. Strasberry.
A pair of wires ran down the wall and disappeared behind the painting.
Oh wow, it's a raid.
Back there.
It's 8 bits of joy. Hey, baddies.
No secrets between friends, Mr. Strasberry.
Hey,
Jenny stood on her
Jinkies.
tiptoes and delicately removed the priceless painting from the wall.
How was I supposed to know it was a raid?
Oops. Aha! Precisely what I was hoping to find.
Welcome to my Jenny LeClue Sunday stream. When's the last time I streamed on a weekend? It's been a long time, but I needed to find time to do a warm-up run.
And continue my investigation.
So here I am, and I'll be here for another 5 hours. So if you have nowhere to be,
So she left it alone.
might as well. Turn off breaker.
It's a
Still
safe
mad at the
place.
ending of this game,
Totally
yeah.
safe.
So I'm running this game for marathon. Exclamation point RREIA. Really, really everyone is able. It's a really, really long-a-thon.
Tiny hero.
It's a really, really long-a-thon speedrun for able gamers. And hey, Estacako.
The dark.
Just breathe. A great
Oh,
detective
it
never
showed up
succumbs to
twice.
fear.
Good stuff. Good to know. Well, I don't know why that happened. But yeah, it's a long. It's mostly just watching cutscenes. I'm basically just babysitting. All right, let's go. How was your stream, biddies? What were you streaming?
Jenny stopped in her tracks. The sign clearly read, "Wet floor, caution." Her path was blocked.
You're kidding.
Yeah, you
me,
could be
right?
the second place. Just time, but it has to be a single segment. That's the problem.
Floor? She was a maverick, not a monster.
You've been streaming a lot lately, biddies. Sorry I missed it. You tied the taboo record again?
The fallen remains of a bookcase blocked Jenny's path.
Looks like a bomb went off in here.
I love it so much.
It's too precarious.
Just for you, I'll run it. I can run it. Sesame Street, huh?
Rare books. Our most precious collections reside in this temperature-controlled room.
I will run Taboo.
Kindly
I'll run
donated by
Taboo.
the Glatz Foundation. Yeah, we know.
I even have an NES here. I
It's
can do
locked. No problem. I'll
it.
just
I have an
look.
NES and an
Jenny was
EverDrive.
skilled with a lockpick, having watched her mother demonstrate the
This
process
is the first
countless
time we
times.
actually do the.
Just for fun
This
at
is the first
home.
time we do
This
the
was
the
real
lockpicking
world.
game here.
You couldn't just go around picking other people's locks. That was a crime.
A great detective knows when to bend the rules. And the paperclip she has in her pocket. Mom always says, lockpicking is a subtle art. Move slowly.
Also
and
started playing.
search
Which
for
Sesame
stuff.
Street game? ABC 1, 2, 3, both. Bling, blingy ding.
Bingo.
It must have been a rush of blood that caused Jenny to act so irrationally. Regardless, she had picked the lock and felt strangely
Anyway.
exhilarated.
Thanks for the
What
raid.
treasures lay behind the door.
Oh, it's empty.
I've got 5 more hours of this at least.
That book cart could be useful.
So we're gonna jump over the debris. We're gonna find the ring, and we're gonna find the body. The whole deal here.
Something's blocking the ladder.
Nope.
There's something stuck in the track. Ipsa, Scientia, Potesta,
Testa.
Est.
S.
It's the Dean's ring. No wonder the ladders were
Reset.
malfunctioning.
It's
The
fine.
ring
It's
must
only
have
been an
caused a
hour.
short circuit.
I've done it twice now.
I'll keep hold of this and return it to the Dean when I see him next. Whoa!
An empty library, a fallen bookcase, and now a broken balcony?
This mystery has all the hallmarks of foul play. They say words can't
Yeah, I
hurt
don't
you.
really
In this case, I'd be
speed
inclined
run
to
anymore.
disagree.
It's not really. That's not really how this works.
Solid iron and oak, torn
My
apart.
dog
like
is
a piece
screaming
of
his
bread.
face off.
It would've taken
What?
some serious
No!
force to do this. Something bad happened here. This is feeling more and more like.
You will when you play Taboo. Well, Taboo is like a 1-minute game. This is a 6-hour game.
Covered in a ripped curtain and surrounded by broken glass.
It is a crime scene.
Walking on glass, keep on walking on glass, walking on glass.
You never forget the first time you see a dead body. It harrows the mind, terrifies the soul, scars you to your very core.
A dead body? No way. This is amazing.
Yeah, it's up to you guys to remind me to
Who lay
update the
under that
near-death
curtain?
experience counter.
Who
We have
had
2 so far.
breathed their last breath? Who had shuffled off this
Should be about
mortal
20 by
coil
the
to
end.
meet their maker?
It could be anyone. I mean, it could be an escaped lunatic from the asylum. Or an axe-wielding maniac on the run from the cops. It could be...
It could be...
Mom?
Mom? Oh no. Please, no.
No, you never forget the first time you see a dead body.
Pull back the curtain quite
Jenny
literally.
knew it was wrong to disturb the crime scene.
But I have to know who's under here.
Slowly, she drew back the heavy cloth.
Please don't be my mom. Please don't be my mom. Dean Stroudsbury?
Whoa!
Thank God. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Poor Mr. Stroudsbury. What happened to you?
Face.
Was this a terrible accident?
Not the
worse?
Dean!
Murder!
Her stomach churned. Seeing the Dean's lifeless face, his contorted frame, Jenny felt the urge to run, to get as far away from this horrific sight as possible. Jenny had longed for an adventure, for a real case to solve.
This is a real solve. This is it.
She
She wanted a case. It's gonna be something.
And began to search for clues.
He looks like he's been dead for weeks. His skin is
MG
pale
the
and
right
colorless.
hand
And there's a strange mark on his neck.
ID card.
The Dean's hand was clamped shut around a small object.
That's strange. Rigor mortis usually takes hours to set in. I'm sorry for what I'm about to do, Mr. Stroudsbury. But this could
Pretty
be a
sure I
vital
need to
clue.
mash here. My mashing skills. Ooh, did it. That's not good.
Mom's ID card? But that means
Julie LeClue had definitely been here.
she could be the last person to have seen him alive.
Correct.
She could be the killer.
Impossible. My mother's a forensic expert. She'd never leave such incriminating evidence behind.
But even the smartest criminals made mistakes. Jenny couldn't deny this looked bad for her mum.
If anyone else sees this, they'll jump to conclusions. They'll think my mom's a murderer. Unless
A peculiar thought crossed Jenny's mind.
there's nothing to find.
Removing evidence from a crime scene was highly unethical.
So is planting evidence to frame an innocent person.
Well,
She had no proof
unless
of
she's
that.
not innocent.
I have to do something. My mom would kill me if she thought I tampered with evidence.
So with that one, if you try to take the
Besides, she's
evidence,
innocent.
then
The truth
Arthur
will come out.
yells at you and you leave it anyway. MG right hand ID card. Book by right arm. Is it you? Yeah, it's you. 6 Cents by Clairvoyant.
Book about predicting the
Get
future.
it? Get it?
I suppose it didn't belong to Mr. Stroudsbury then.
Watch past right leg.
It's smashed, most likely from the fall. The hand stopped at 3:57 p.m.
And then you cut back across
gives
here,
me a
right?
potential time of
Yeah,
death.
cut back across.
If Jenny had arrived just a few minutes earlier,
I might have been able to save him.
It's a little more complicated than that.
The
Hawk and the Weasel and Other Bedtime Stories. This is the important book.
It could be important.
We will see this book again.
Then again, it could have just joined the Dean for the ride. There are bits of glass and metal debris everywhere. He has burn marks on his hand.
Taylor Heads. Get it? Taylor
What
Heads.
are the odds
Oh, I love it. And then this guy right here. Ah, did it again.
the Dean's planner lay open on today's date.
Is that everything?
Perhaps I can retrace his steps and create a timeline of events.
I think it is.
Meet JL. Could that be Mom?
Thursday.
Widow's Drop. I've never
Lunch
heard
with
of it.
Keith speech. Got it.
Looks like he completed all his chores for the day. I already knew the Dean was meeting Mom here. So where is she now? Looks like he canceled his meetings on Friday and rearranged lunch with Keith. Oh, poor Keith.
Jenny didn't know how she would break the news to him.
I figured out why the
sure
bot
they want to
responded
tell him.
twice, because I had two
Gossip
instances
spreads
of the
like
bot open.
wildfire in
So I
Arthurton.
just closed one, so it should work now.
He sure was working hard on that speech. I'm sad he won't get to deliver it.
All right. See you later, biddies. Thanks again for
I think
the
that's
raid.
all the evidence I'm going to find here.
She took
Talk to you
one
soon.
last look at the Dean's lifeless body.
I'm sorry, Mr. Strasberry. I promise I'll get to the bottom of this.
Ring, burn mark, broken balcony. Let's go.
Jenny knew she should leave and call the police. But how often did a case like this come along?
Never. There's more to this than meets the eye.
A case of a lifetime.
Some of this evidence must be connected.
So she opened her journal to join the dots.
What was the apparent cause of death? It looks like the Dean was thrown from the balcony when he reached down to pick up his ring, which was stuck in the electrified ladder track. He grabbed the curtain, but it didn't slow him down. He landed on a bed of metal and glass debris.
Bling, blingy, bang.
What is unusual about the Dean's death? The Dean has a strange mark on his neck. All the skin around his face is gray and gaunt. I've never seen anything like it before. He's holding my mom's ID card, which makes her the prime suspect. But why would she or anyone want to kill Dean Strasberry?
Jenny suspected foul play, but what was the motive? Had she missed something?
The watch! The Dean's watch stopped at 3:57 p.m. When I came into the library, the clock tower rang 4 times. The library only has one exit, and I haven't seen anyone but the Dean since I got here.
Which meant if the Dean was murdered...
The killer must still be here!
Technically, yes.
He's getting away!
Jenny could hear police sirens in the distance.
Someone must have tipped them off. I'll catch the murderer and keep him busy until the cops arrive.
Chasing after murderers was hardly the job of a little girl.
Hey you! Stop!
Despite surviving her fall without so much as a broken bone, Jenny couldn't help but feel she had failed. As the sirens grew louder, she knew it would only be a matter of time before the sheriff arrived. And then she'd have to explain why she hadn't called for help. But the worst feeling of all was that she had let the killer escape. As she drifted slowly into unconsciousness, Jenny heard a familiar voice. Concerned, gentle, soothing.
Jenny? Oh, Jenny, what have you done?
Mom?
Freeze! You're under arrest.
What
Yeah,
have
just
I
rusty.
done?
That's all this is.
I killed him.
All that jam.
This is all wrong. Murder in Arthurton? This is not an appropriate story for Jenny LeClue. Poor Dean Strasberry. What was I thinking?
All that
I've
jam
gone
he
too
has.
far.
Jesus.
Perhaps I should take a break. Come on, Rufus. Let's go for a walk. Clear our heads and work off some of this jam.
Murder.
Why were you there?
I told you I was looking for Mom.
Why?
We were going to grade papers. When do I get to see her?
Did you disturb the crime scene?
Never.
Of course not. Now let me speak to my mom.
He always says you're lying to me no matter what, even if you tell the truth there. Illegal interrogation. That's her grandfather, too, by the way. Her dad's dad. Winston LeClue. That might be legal then. Well, if it's in jail, then it's not. Julie's in jail. This is just keep running right until you see a photo, and then you run left for a while.
Keith! Please, look at me. Keith,
This is very artsy-fartsy. Pure evil. News radio fans understand that one. Out of coffee. Very annoyed about that too. This is when I go left, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Henry. These are the fun little graphical glitches you can get. I'm pushing nothing but pulling them with my mind. Oh, I just split in a different spot, I guess.
What a horrible nightmare. Dean Stroudsbury was dead. My mom was in jail. Keith told me he never wanted to see me again.
All three of those
And
things
worst
happened.
of all, I was surrounded by an evil army of giant teddy bears.
Also still true. This is one of the longest splits, but it's also one of the best splits. This is where we
Unfortunately,
we
it was
really
all true,
learn
including the
about
teddy bears.
Susie,
My eyes! There's something wrong
our
with
cousin
them.
Susie.
Everything's pink.
But her eyes were fine. It was the room that was pink. Pink cuddly toys. Pink furniture.
Go left, turn off the record, zoom in,
Pink
rotate.
clothes.
Then a long cutscene.
And a hand-drawn homage to teenage heartthrob Pelvis Cressley.
Elvis Crestley.
Covered in pink hearts.
Get it? Because he swung his pelvis.
Everything a teenage girl could dream of.
It looks like a marshmallow exploded.
It was at this point Jenny remembered where she was.
I shouldn't be here. What happened? And what is that terrible music? I can't think straight.
I actually can't hear it. My speakers aren't loud enough to actually hear the music this time. Because of my setup. I can't actually have it be super loud.
That wasn't the only thing missing.
The Dean's ring! It was in my pocket.
You're the fan that I love.
Ah, yes, the eagerly awaited follow-up.
So yeah, that record with the lights. That's a clue. It's a clue.
Ugh, who buys this crap? Huh? Hushed whispers in the hallway? I should investigate.
I can't run. That's why this split takes so long, is I can't run at all. I'm pressing run right now, and there's nothing I can do about it. It's sort of...
It's locked from the outside.
Yeah, she's locked
I'll
in.
trap a child in this nightmarish hellscape.
Jenny peeped through the tiny keyhole.
This is maybe the longest
As her
cutscene of the
eyes
whole
adjusted
game is
to
right
the
here.
light, she recognized the substantial frame of Winston LeClue.
Hey, Patch.
Arthurton's
How you doing?
long-standing sheriff, and Jenny's.
Granddad!
Jenny's relationship with her grandfather was
Distrusts
contentious, to say the
humor.
least.
I love this game.
He was a stern and
This is Jenny
humorous
LeClue.
man
Welcome.
who placed honor, tradition, and the law
I'm
above
doing great.
all else.
It's a Sunday.
Sometimes even family.
But
Playing a
what was he
game I
doing
like.
here?
And who
I'm
is he
chilling.
talking to?
The Giants took 2 of 3 from the Brewers.
Florence and Richard Glatz were the wealthiest couple in town and hugely influential.
Lawrence Glatz,
Their
Susie's
company,
mom.
Glatz Mining and Supply Corps, was the
There's going to be
oldest
more
in
about
Atherton.
her in the second game
While
for
Richard
sure.
may have
Has
been
to,
head of the
right?
business,
There has to be
everyone
something
knew
about
that
her, right?
Florence wore the pants. Exceptionally charming and generous, she always had a smile on her face.
Which is why I don't trust her one bit.
Being careful not to make a sound, Jenny leaned in and listened.
There's really nothing to do right now.
With everything going on, I don't have time to watch her.
It's no trouble at all, really, Winston. She can stay for as long as she likes.
Yeah.
The girls are great friends. I only hope she feels better soon.
I'm glad someone bought it
That
for
was
her.
quite the scene she made at the funeral.
She should have left the boy alone.
Really, Winston, this whole situation must be unbearably traumatic for the poor girl. Her mother in jail, and what she saw in the library.
That gold is
One
fake, by the
shudders
way. I
at
just
thought.
forgot where I
And all
split.
this barely a year
I
after what
split in
happened to
different
Harry.
spots. So I'm trying to
Fine.
make it more
Just
consistent
keep
where
an
I
eye
split
on
now.
her.
I just
She's
split
gonna be
on
a
fade
real
out of the
handful.
scene instead of
Oh,
like
don't worry, I've
last
planned
info.
everything. Pony rides, afternoon tea, and tomorrow we're going dress shopping. Oh, that reminds me. I have something for you.
Dress shopping. First they lock me up, now they want to torture
dress
me.
shopping, huh?
I need to get out of here. Fast.
But her curiosity was piqued. She had to know what Mrs. Glatz had gone to fetch, and so she waited.
Portrait.
Nathaniel
It's actually one of
Glatz
3
stared
clues, but actually you can do it in 2.
Jenny.
Creepy old
Some
man.
of Best is screwed up now. How could I?
Actually,
Yeah.
This was the man.
This is a very
who
optimized
died.
game, as you might have guessed, as
When
me
the
being the
quartz mines
only
began to run
runner of
dry,
the game.
It was his research
And
into
it's
the
a
unique
visual
properties
novel.
of the crystals that secured the future prosperity of the town and the company.
And then this guy right here. That's it.
When Thalladius T. Pumberbitten discovered the first quartz seam lining the Great Mountains,
Thalladius
little did he
D.
know the impact
Pumberbitten?
it would have on the future of the town.
Little did he know the Glatz family would muscle in and take over the whole operation.
Nowadays, it was hard to go.
This was a
anywhere in town
necessary
without
speedrun
seeing
that needed to
something made
exist in
from
the
it.
world.
Huh? Where did he go?
Jump scare.
Winston, what are you doing down there?
Thought I heard something.
Really? A man of your age spying on teenage girls? I've told you
Ooh,
already,
scary.
she won't be
This
going
game is a
anywhere.
little bit spooky. It's very charming
probably
mostly.
just
It's mostly
general
just charming,
imagination,
but
but those
it's
words
spooky in
felt
spots.
Sinister.
You see that pig above her shoulder there on the left-hand side? It stares into your soul. Don't worry, we
Here.
decapitate it later.
Why does Mrs. Glatz have official police
What are we doing
documents?
now? Oh, yeah.
Satisfied.
This is easy enough.
How is Julie?
She's in the safest place.
Behind bars.
Surely they don't believe she's guilty.
I don't envy you, Winston. It must be hard to stay impartial. If the poor dear would just confess, it would make things much easier.
I have everything under control.
Of course you do, dear. No one doubts your loyalty to Arthurton. We must continue to look out for each other, now more than ever.
Sheriff, are you receiving?
I'm pretty sure Florence knows about the
It's the LeClue house.
experiments.
We found something.
I'll be right there. Over.
It sounds like you've got important things to take care of.
Yes. Well, good night, Florence.
Good night, Winston.
Don't let her out of your sight. She is a LeClue, after all.
I'm sure we'll manage.
Well, it's the last time we see Florence in the whole game, so there you go.
Jenny couldn't believe what she'd just heard.
Everyone thinks my mom's a murderer.
Thankfully, her mother's fate was in safe hands. The fine people of the Arthurton Police Department.
Oh God, she's gonna.
Let's go to the attic.
Jenny could leave the case to them and enjoy a fun week of pony rides and shopping sprees.
No.
Oh yeah, the pig is terrible, right?
Mom always says a great detective leaves nothing to chance. I have to do something.
I'm actually gonna interact with this pig now.
What could she possibly do?
This is my chance. The case of a lifetime. My mom needs me, and I won't let her down.
Let's go.
I'm gonna find my stuff and get out of
Why
here.
did I have to mention it?
Just like that, a great adventure began.
I love you. I love you. You're my best friend.
Is this better? Is this better?
Scared the life out of me, pig.
No.
A heart-shaped mirror for the lady who loves herself. Ouch! That's hot.
I'll have to turn it off first. I'm an idiot. There we go. Whoop. 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 Is it 2 on the right? Three on the left. All right, let's go to the attic.
This family's disposable income is outrageous.
Is that your emote?
I always knew they were hiding something.
And it's pain. I love that so
There
much.
are all kinds of horrific secrets lurking out there.
That's a very good emote. Much respect. Up we go. Gotta get back to that game.
Oh, it's just a dusty old attic.
Yeah, once I'm done with that's MG's eye, right?
Oh, hello, spooky
I have a few
bear.
games I want to get back to.
Feels like he's watching me.
I agree. Strong agree.
Everything in here is covered in dust.
I wanna get better. I want sub 15s in both Secret Agent Barbie and Lion King.
Hiding, spooky bear.
I've been watching Kadrink run that again. It's kind of stirring up feelings about it. Oh wow, my head's streaming.
Smothered by a giant teddy bear. What an end that would have been.
I will.
Just
I
as
just
suspected. A hidden staircase.
I have this, and then whatever gets into Big Bad Gameathon. Hopefully something gets into Big Bad Gameathon. Beat FTE to getting. Is he actually running it? Like seriously? Let's see. Dialogue. Okay, so this is when this is the Susie stuff here.
She'd never seen anything quite like this.
The little cutout of Susie. He's taking a small break, but he plans on it. All right, well,
Certainly not
I'm also
inside
taking a small
someone's
break.
house.
And by small break, I mean like 6 months. because I had
What are you doing up here?
to run Coca-Cola Kid for a bunch of things, so that was really the only thing I was speedrunning. Now I'm doing this. That little cutout of Susie I made up above the splits. It's from this scene.
Susie?
Lab. Right, right, right. Left, left,
Loved by
right.
all, kind to a fault.
You got a
Jenny's cousin was also the
1533.
most popular girl
That's not
in
bad.
town.
That's a good run. Huh.
Oh, hi, Jenny. You should be in bed resting. What are you doing up here?
I should ask you the same
I think what I'm
question.
gonna do before I run the game again.
What is all this equipment? And why is there a secret elevator running from your room to the attic?
Oh, you must mean my collection of teddy bears.
I think I'm just gonna learn all the newest strats before I go back.
Nothing. And that one's wearing
So I'll like learn task slip block and all the good movement, especially in
there's
like
a
I think
simple
it's
explanation
China
for
and
that.
Mexico.
There are just too many to fit in my bedroom.
Susan,
You're sweating like a freshman at prom, Susan. Now answer the question.
when you're mean to
What are you
Susie,
gonna
you
do
call her Susan. When you're nice to her, you call her
It's not what you
Susie.
think.
It's very cute.
This is where
Teddy bears.
Teddy bears.
Learn the fast ladders. Let's
I have
go.
vintage
Aren't they
bears, new
frame
bears,
perfect?
rare collectible bears.
Enough. Stop avoiding the question. You don't need to hide anything. You can be honest with me.
I can't. You wouldn't understand.
Try me.
Frame perfect and barely worth it. That sounds
Susie's
right up my
secret was
alley.
The kind you took to the grave. A shameful, dark secret. A secret so shocking she feared she would lose everything. Her friends would abandon her. Her family would disown her. She'd never find true love.
Oh God, I'm going to die alone.
Ugh.
You can't tell anyone. You have to promise me.
I promise.
Fine, just stop whimpering like a lost puppy. You're embarrassing yourself.
Why is she so mean to Susie?
goes
Susie just wants to
nothing.
be her friend.
This is my secret laboratory. Where I design and test my inventions.
Your laboratory, where you invent.
A lot of the time, like I actually spent
Yes.
hours and hours figuring out the quickest
A
dialogues for
cheerleading
each of these,
horse
and in
riding
most of the
dress for
cases, just picking one quickly was faster
Yes.
than picking the correct one.
I want to believe you, Susie, but you know how crazy that sounds.
That's why you
All right,
can't
let's
tell
interrogate
anyone.
her, huh?
If people found out, I'd lose everything.
Could it be true? Was Susie Glatz, in fact, a secret nerd genius? Was she really leading a double life?
There's only one way to find out.
We're interrogating
Susan
her.
Quincy Glatz, I'm gonna have to ask you a few
Susan
questions.
Quincy Glatz. MG hair plus welding torch. Let's go. Yeah, that's why I love it so much. It's so stupid. Because
Pink bows, fluffy
you're
bears,
just sitting here for
stylish
hours
clothes.
of
She can't
cutscenes,
possibly be
and then
a
you have to do like 3 little pieces of platforming,
Do
like,
you really expect me to believe
or in a lot of
Read
cases,
ads
there's lots of
before pink?
menuing, like fast
Green
menuing
or
in this
bimbo?
game too.
Which one is it?
And the menus are like slippery.
I am a scientist. But I also
I just
believe
like
in
I like
good
stupid.
skincare and
I use
well-matching
speedruns as a way to
accessories.
replay games that have no
You
replay
sound
value.
ridiculous.
So that's why I speedrun visual
Susie
novels that are
couldn't
like
be
6 hours
pretty
long.
popular and smart.
This game has 0 replay
That was
value,
just
basically. Not really,
greedy.
but basically.
Seeing textbooks strewn about the floor reminded Jenny of something.
Caption on the right
My
pin.
journal. I need to get my stuff back.
0 patience,
Where are my
yeah.
clothes?
You just have to be okay. You just have to be okay with making
hell is
mistakes,
Gerald?
basically,
Our butler.
and not resetting 3 hours
Of
into
course
a
you have a
run,
butler.
He's taking
or being okay with
prep.
resetting 3 hours into a run. I just don't have the kind of free time
Well, I need
that I
this
can
now.
run a 6-hour game and
I got a
you know
dress that would be
reset
perfect for
halfway
you.
through. Every run's a no
Little rose
reset
and the
run.
sequence will really bring out the color of your eyes.
Be polite.
No,
I'm supposed to be
thank you.
rude. Crap.
I'd rather be burned to death. No one's gonna take me seriously in a purple
Lost like half a
ball
second there. God damn it.
gown. And where's my other stuff? Don't tell me Gerald's got my journal. It's irreplaceable.
Like I'd let that nosy old fool see your diary.
It's not a diary. It's my case notes.
Right, of course. A girl's gotta have a place to keep her secrets. I put all your stuff in the lockbox under my pillows.
Are you kidding me? No wonder my head hurts.
Reset.
Jenny needed to recover her journal and the Dean's ring, but she wasn't quite finished with Susie.
It's just basically being polite adds one extra line of dialogue. That's all it is. It's no big.
All this stuff looks authentic, but that doesn't mean it belongs to Susie. If this is really your lab, what does that thing do?
That's Tim.
It's Tim.
He's a thermal imaging machine. He uses reflected thermographic projections to infer depth-related topography in subsurface bodies.
Come again?
He lets you see inside stuff.
Well, what about that thing?
Susie Kate, Judy Kate.
A gamma-ray induction polygraph.
And that?
Hydraulically propelled telemetric manipulator.
And this?
It's T.
That's a tea set. What? I like to drink tea.
How did you get all this
Ted
stuff
Lasso
here
would be
anyway? And without
offended.
being seen?
You'd be surprised how much you can hide in a giant stuffed teddy bear.
I know what's going on here. You've stolen all this stuff. And you're planning to sell it all to buy more fluffy cushions or pink horses or something.
I didn't steal anything. Some of the parts are from my father's factory. The rest I bought with my allowance.
That's some allowance. If you didn't steal it, why are you worried about people finding out?
I'm head cheerleader. I'm captain of the equestrian team. If the other girls knew about this, they'd laugh me all the way to the back.
That was a lot of words. Will there be a test? We'll use all of these things, don't worry.
It's not just them.
We're going to use all of these little contraptions very, very soon.
Why? Don't they want you to be a scientist?
I think they'd like me to marry a scientist. Dad says science is a man's job. Girls are supposed to bake pies and become prom queen.
Ugh, everyone in Arthurton is stuck in the past.
If anyone else showed him the things I've created, he'd call them a genius and make them his lead scientist.
So tell him. Prove him wrong.
I have notes. If anybody wants to run this game, I actually have notes. They're for me, so there's a lot of shorthand, but it's pretty easy to understand.
Poor Susie.
I have little jokes to myself in here too, which is fun.
Jenny couldn't help but feel
disgusted.
Maybe there was more to Susie than she had first presumed.
Pin. Tactful.
A Gumboldt pin. The Dean was wearing one the day he died.
Could Susie have played a part in the Dean's death? All of Jenny's
No,
instincts
it's
told her
the
it
reason
wasn't
I can do these
possible.
long
She needed
runs
to
is
know
because
for
I
sure.
enjoy it. Basically, it's the only reason. Tactful.
You smell nice. What perfume is that?
Oh, thanks. It's called Innocent.
I remember you were wearing it last
Innocent,
Thursday
like
at the
innocent,
lake.
but innocent.
I was.
What did you do that day, after you left?
Peggy and I took Veronica home. She was really upset.
It's Peggy.
And you were
Peggy
there
is
all
the
afternoon?
other friend.
Yes. Why?
How close is Veronica's house to the library?
I don't understand. Why do you want to know all this?
I need to rule you out as a suspect.
Suspect? Why would I be a suspect?
You're certainly very good at keeping.
I really this is the style. I like the cartoony style a lot. That's the reason I originally bought the game.
I don't know why.
So this is a $20 game. It's on it's on everything. It's on Switch, PS4, Xbox, Steam. And I wouldn't suggest buying it for $20 because it's like a 10-ish hour game if you play it for the first time. If you really look for all of the collectibles, it's maybe 15 hours. But if you get it on sale, I got it on sale for $2 on Switch, and it was on sale for $5 on the Steam sale, this summer Steam sale. I think it's a worthwhile playthrough. It's fun to just pick up and play little bits at a time.
I suppose it wasn't that bad.
What do you mean?
After you interrupted the Reverend's eulogy, and after Keith asked you to stop, you tripped and knocked over the Dean's casket, and I guess they hadn't secured the lid properly, because he rolled right out.
This is a fun little thing. No, don't speedrun this game. It's very stupid. In fact, I did not create the speedrun.com leaderboard for this game.
It all came
A different runner who I know named Juho created it back when the demo was out. And then I submitted a run. And he added me on Twitter. He's like, "Why? Why did you do this?"
I'm sure he'll forgive you.
It's not that simple. He thinks my mom killed his dad.
It's true.
She felt
He's
the
like, "Why,
distance between them
Sandy?"
grow with every passing minute. How could she face him without answers?
I have to find the Dean's real killer.
Jenny was confident that
This
Susie
is pretty long. We still have a ways to go here.
She wasn't evil.
Just insufferable. Alright, I'm gonna grab my stuff and get out of here.
Oh, while you're wandering around, can you find some parts for me? I need a battery and a transistor to finish this device.
What?
I agree with that. It's definitely a
I have
why.
something for you.
Why did you do this?
Susie had kept Jenny's journal safe.
Why did you, though?
And the Dean's
Was it just for the memes? Because I respect that if it's
She
just for the
even
memes.
revealed her darkest secret to Jenny.
Fine. Enough already. What's a transistor?
Oh, was the follower go?
It's
Yep, there you go.
voltage regulator
I respect
Just
that.
tell me what it looks like.
It's
This
a
is why I don't do
cylindrical
follower
object with an
goals.
antenna and 3 legs. If you can't find one in my bedroom, there are some old boxes in the attic.
Yeah. Transistor and battery. Got it.
Go, Jenny!
Go, Jenny!
I've got to get out of here.
Alright. So, first, we go to the other side of the attic. Grab the battery. Not the battery. The other thing, a transistor. That was a mistake.
Aha! A way out of here. Locked. But where is the lock?
We'll figure that out later. That's just so I don't have to deal with it later.
Bunch of old science fair projects.
They had all been submitted by Anonymous, and they'd all won
Then
first
oh, I have to
prize.
inspect it and then...
These awards
I
should
don't
be
know why I
hanging on
kept
the walls
thinking
downstairs.
magnifying glass came first.
It was
It's
sad
just
to
right
see
there in my
all
notes.
these marvelous accomplishments hidden away in the attic. Susie wanted so badly to please her parents, to live up to their expectations of what a Glad's girl should be. She never even told them she'd entered the science fairs.
A tiny metal object with an antenna and 3 legs. Looks like a transistor to me. Now, where can I find a battery?
No, this is my longest speedrun. This is, yeah, 6.5 hours. I've done a... The next longest speedrun is Life is Strange, which is like 5.5 hours, and then the next longest speedrun after that is Until Dawn, which is like 4 hours. And those are my 3 like long speedruns.
I'm sorry,
that I've
Mr.
done.
Pig, but I need your batteries.
And the pig gets to stare at you one more time here.
This will only
Rest
work
in
for a
peace, pig.
second.
You're my best friend.
Thank you, Pig, for donating your body to science. That's Susie's.
Oh, the Wild Horse Rescue, completionist, complete, and then get all fulls. I'm sure that's so long. I actually bought a copy of Wild Horse Rescue on PS2. No, on Xbox. 4 or 5 hours? I'm into it. I'm gonna run. I'll run no fulls on original hardware just to see how much slower it is than emulator. I haven't told Soul yet, but they'll be happy about that. I ran Blue Ribbon Race, which was horrible. What am I supposed to do now? Oh my god, I was supposed to... Oh. This is actually, like, proper time loss. I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking about Barbie. I have to go back downstairs. Yeah, the original Shuffler I did. What a horrible game. Wild Horse Rescue looks terrible, but it looks terrible in a better way. I need to go to her bed here. Hold on.
Let's see. Stars, lips, hearts, and beakers. What would a girl like Susie use as a password?
I mean, they're all terrible, but it's about what's, like, how, if it's charming and if the speedrun is okay.
Of course it was the beakers. Clever.
That's like a proper time loss. I'm kind of annoyed.
My stuff!
Jenny hid the ring in her pocket and flipped through the pages of her journal.
No obvious signs of tampering. At least Susie knows how to mind her own business. I'll give her the battery and transistor, and then I'll find a way out of this place.
And we're back. Up we go again. Secret Agent Barbie PC is exactly the kind of terrible I love. I have it. I have it installed on my, not this PC, but the other one. And one of my next streams is going to be playing that blindish.
Here you go.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Now, back to the task at hand. Making my escape.
Don't you want to know what these parts are for?
Only if it will help me get out of here.
Ah! Careful! That's a stick of dynamite!
Dynamite? Are you crazy? You could have blown me to bits.
I did say be careful.
What are you making bombs for?
They're not bombs. They're silent explosives.
Silent?
We're gonna use those later. It's like crashing or softly as the game is so easy. I will probably crash the game at some point.
Impossible, you
I have a, you know,
my first breakthrough.
some people have like the magic touch for crashing video games. I have that.
The explosion might be silent, but I think my mom would notice if part of the house was missing.
Yeah, okay. Well, thanks for the show and tell, but it's time for me to go.
Immediately try to pick up heavy thing with Claude. Let's go.
How exactly are you going to leave without being seen?
I'm glad you asked, Susan. I'll be making my exit through the window in the attic.
This is faster.
Once I found a way to unlock it.
Oh, you're out of luck there. My parents are super security conscious. All the windows are locked electromagnetically.
Where are the controls?
Downstairs, in Dad's study.
And I can't get there without being seen. Is there some kind of override?
It's impossible to open them from up here, unless there was a total power failure.
Well then, I know exactly what to do.
Okay, well, I'll be here.
1 year, yeah, you just broke the game totally. What was the like the glitchless run? How long was the glitchless run compared to what it is now? It was an hour and a half, and now it's like 40 minutes, right? Yeah. Yeah. I'm calling that a near-death experience.
That stupid robot just tried to kill me.
Oh, be careful. Claude is very fragile.
Oh, wow, a resub.
Oh, dang, a resub. Giants are the best.
If you want
I'm the
help,
best.
get him to pick something up and put them down again. He needs
I'm the
practice.
best. I'm the best.
Just don't pick up anything too heavy.
Oh yeah, enjoy my new sub emotes, my loyalty badges. I added a bunch. Bubble Dirk is very good.
Must have been too heavy.
Well, what does mine look like?
Please be gentle with Claude. He's only a prototype, and I'm out of replacement parts.
Oh, I have sadness note. Excellent. So yeah, the order in which I do this is specific. So I do the electrical overload first, so that we can do this part with Tim, and then we go to Judy Kate.
Oh, that's just Maggie. She helps me find things I've dropped on the floor. Why do you have a man's ring?
It belonged to...
friend.
It belonged to a friend. I'm taking care of it for him.
But that doesn't make any sense.
I'm telling you the truth.
No, I mean, why would a ring made of gold stick to a magnet? Unless...
There's something more to it. Which of these machines did you say could see inside things?
Anyway, thank you for resubbing, Phoenix. I appreciate you.
Excuse me, Tim. We need your help.
I'm gonna be here for another 4 hours or something, so feel free to just lurk and watch this game. I'm doing this again in about a week. A little less than a week. End of the... Really, everyone is able just started...
Except, of course,
Look, I don't
just started today, and I'm one of the very last runs on Saturday.
Go easy on him. He's quite sensitive.
Ugh. Hi, Tim. Nice to meet you.
Oh, how wonderful it is to meet you, my new friend. How can I be of service?
I need you to look inside something for me.
I'd be delighted to. Please place the object on my soft, velvety platform. Come to me, tiny object of vast mystery and import. Reveal to me your deepest secrets. Swim in my warm...
Did I add any? I think I added stuff to BBTTTTV.
Deeply inside you. What's that? Deeper still. I've never seen one of those before.
I added this.
Fascinating. Oh, the wonders I have seen.
Well, spit it out already.
One moment, please, while I paint you a picture of the journey we just shared.
This ring pattern is random as far as I can tell. That's a good one. I didn't add that.
I knew there was something special about this ring.
That one was just one I found on...
It's full of tiny
I just searched for
cards.
Barbie on Better Twitch TV, and I found that one. I'm like, yeah, it's a good one. I wish it were animated, but it's not.
Tiny buttons hidden in plain sight.
These are just always random as far as I can tell.
I wonder what they do.
Okay. Yep, and in the middle.
The ring opened up like a flower.
Why would the Dean have a ring like this?
Whatever its true purpose, one thing was clear. This ring was important.
Important enough to kill for? Dean Stroudsbury, what were you involved in?
Did you say Dean Stroudsbury?
Whoops!
Whose ring is that really?
Susie had entrusted her deepest, darkest secret to Jenny. The least Jenny could do was be honest with her.
It's the Dean's ring.
In this case, being nice is faster.
You stole
If you're behind by the end of the split, I'm unsubbing. How dare you?
Technically, I found it.
Jenny, you've got to turn that into the police.
I will be behind.
Evidence.
Because I was behind coming into the split, and I lost time. So, logic dictates that I'll be behind. Probably like 40 seconds to a minute behind, probably.
It's not lying. It's just leaving out the parts that don't concern them.
I can't go to jail. My parents will disown me, and my reputation will be ruined.
No one's going to jail, as long as we protect each other.
Might as well reset. Yep, not worth it. I want to be up until 5 in the morning right before work.
Friends.
I have work tomorrow.
Sure. Now go back to whatever mad science experiment you were doing. I've got a window to open.
Worth it. I want to put my best foot forward, right?
What does this machine do?
Tells the truth.
That's Judy Kate. She's a portable lie detector.
Portable lie detector.
Portable? It's 18 feet tall and bolted to the floor.
Yeah, well, I'm still working on that part. But she can detect a lie with 98% accuracy.
That's quite a claim. Let's see.
So first we tell the truth, and then we lie.
I am Judy Kate, arbiter of truth, detector of lies. Since this is the first time we have met, I will need to calibrate. To begin, please answer this simple question. What is the meaning of life?
What?
How am I supposed to answer that?
Ha, ha, ha. Just kidding.
Oh, sorry. I've been experimenting with her personality chip. She's using humor to build a better rapport with subjects.
Still needs some work.
To begin, please tell me your name.
My name is Jenny LeClue.
Welcome, Jenny LeClue. I am ready to detect. Please speak a truth or a lie.
Now we lie.
Susie isn't secretly smart, and she didn't build you.
Hey, what is the meaning of life?
I think I broke it.
It's okay. Her fuse just tripped. She gets very sensitive if you lie to her.
She gets
Especially
very
if it's a big
sensitive if you
lie.
lie to her.
But don't worry, she'll reset in a minute.
Interesting. I've got it!
In the back of Jenny's brilliant mind, a plan was forming.
But the good news is that interacting with the window early saves time over my last split. So we got this.
How can I escape from
Window.
Manor?
Window. Robot arm. Judy Kate. Let's go. World record guaranteed. Well, if it's a PB, then it is world record, so that's the good news.
And when I lie to Judy Kate, she nearly overloads the power supply. So if I could overload them at the same time, then I might be able to short the power and open the window in the attic.
But Jenny couldn't operate both machines.
It won't PB, but it will world record. Okay, gotcha. I'm on TV. Hi, Mom.
Susie?
Yes?
I need your...
Asking Susie for help was worse than having a tooth
Alright, we can
pulled out.
fix this. What is it?
I need you to do something.
Of course. What can I do to help?
I didn't say I needed your help.
Oh, sorry.
I don't owe you anything.
Okay, okay. What do you want me to do?
Go stand by Judy Kate.
All right. But why?
No time for questions. Just wait for my instructions.
Trying to do 8 things at once here.
Welcome back, Susie Glatz. I am ready to detect. Please speak a truth or a lie.
Okay, I'm ready. What should I do now?
Just hold on until I give the signal.
I love my mom. I do love my mom.
Strained under the weight of the giant metal object.
Okay, Susie. Tell a lie. And make it a big one.
Oh, okay. A big lie. Ooh, I've got just the thing. I'm wearing black socks.
That was a lie.
A big lie.
No, Susie, a big lie. Something terrible.
I'm just no good at lying.
Tell Judy Kate you killed Dean Stroudsbury.
What? That's horrible. I can't say that.
Do you want to help or not?
And I danced on his grave.
Yes, but...
Then hurry up and say it.
Okay, okay. I killed the Dean?
Louder!
I killed the Dean.
Bigger!
I killed Dean Stroudsbury.
Say it like you mean it!
I murdered Dean Stroudsbury. I bashed his brains in. Now I
Danced on his grave. That's right, I have to accept the,
Wow.
Yeah, Susie, she got a little riled up there. That was messed up.
Oh my gosh. I'm a horrible person.
As Susie Glatz contemplated every bad thing she'd ever done in her life, Jenny heard the unmistakable sound of success.
Huzzah! Let's go. So I have to accept the walkie-talkie here or I lose time next. She was at a 10. She needs to bring it down to a 4. Exactly. She needs to just simmer down a little bit. Now we talk to Ms. Glatz here. Oh, okay. I'm supposed to go the other way here. Off we go.
Jenny! You can't...
I was actively trying to seek out Susie, but it turns out...
Watch me.
Well, you can't go out wearing pajamas.
I'm not playing dress up with you while my mom is trapped in jail for a crime she didn't commit.
Except she
The
did
real killer
commit
is
it.
still out there.
And what if
She
you
did-
find
she did
him?
commit it.
What then?
Jenny paused. She hadn't thought that far ahead.
I'm getting
Are
Chipotle.
you scared?
Delicious.
Of course Jenny was scared, but she would never admit that to Susie.
My mom always says, a great detective shows courage in
That's
the face
fair.
of danger.
That was a spoiler.
Now is the time to be courageous.
Well, let me help you. We can work out a plan together.
Sorry, Susie, but I work alone.
At least take this with you then. So we can stay in touch.
You find out in the second to last split, I think. So in 3 hours, you'll find out. If you're here in 3 hours.
But don't call me. I'll call you.
Okay, good luck. And be careful. There's still
Who
a killer
knows?
out there.
Who knows where this night will lead, huh?
Jenny, you won't tell anyone about my lab, right?
Of course not.
Only if you cover for me.
That's mean.
Of course. I'm always here for you. We're going to be best friends, Jenny LeClue. I just know it.
Sure. Right after I sign up for cheerleading.
See? I'm 90
To
seconds
catch a
behind
real
now.
killer, Jenny needed her detective gear.
Darn it.
That was at home, across
Reset.
town and swarming with police. It
I can
wasn't
save
wise
time
to
on this
travel
split,
through
though.
town after curfew. To
Because
avoid
my
being
instructions
caught,
for
she'd
myself
have to
for the
find
boat are
another
not
way
very good.
home. Excellent, thought Jenny. Time to exercise my sneaking muscles.
Unsalvageable. Very salvageable, actually, thankfully. It's just a bit right here now. Keep going right, then go left after the cutscene, and then go right on the right.
Jenny paused at the edge of the roof, her teeth chattering in the chill wind. Below her, Lake Nowhere glowed eerily in the
Pick up the
darkness.
paper plane on the docks. Remember to do that part.
From this vantage point, she could see all the way to the lighthouse at the
See, this is
center
why I
of the
wanted to
lake.
do this run. I want to get
Only
all the
the
mistakes
wealthiest
out of the way
families
this
in
run, so
Atherton
that
could
the
afford
marathon
such
run isn't like a
spectacular
hot,
views.
sweaty mess. Like
if
this
I
is.
cross the lake, it's just a short
The sweaty
stroll
part is
through
not
the
really my
forest
fault.
to my house.
The rest of it
But
definitely is.
navigating the lake at night was not an easy task. Many accomplished sailors had met their doom on the ragged rocks of Bear Claw Bend.
Well, I've already worked out a way across. Time to get off this roof before someone spots me.
Let's go. Let's go left. We're sneaking.
Damn it! Think fast, Jenny.
And just
I'm
like
calling
that,
this one a near-death
Jenny
experience.
was
It's
gone.
funny.
Her first great adventure.
Oh, this is actually. I mean, this hasn't even gotten dangerous yet, and we're already at near-death experiences. So.
Just hanging around.
Yeah, we're not even close to the cemetery yet. We're still like an hour away from the cemetery. Dang. Oops, I made a mistake. I mean, I guess, like, marathon runs can be one of two things. They can either be really good or really entertaining. And my goal is just to be entertaining. Like, a lot of my marathon runs aren't actually very good.
True believer.
My first Secret Agent Barbie, my first Royal Jewels mission,
Giants that stir beneath an eerie silence. Follow the path, reach the truth.
my first Royal Jewels mission marathon run was like almost 17 minutes. It may have been more than 17 minutes. So, you can have like hot, messy runs, and it happens sometimes. It's no big deal. I think it's more like, it's just nerves the first time you do one.
She decided to ignore the message and carry on to her house.
Then you get used to it. I've been doing it. I actually, if you look under my, if you look at my like my whatever, my my panels, I have a list of all the marathon runs I've done. And after a while, you just kind of get used to it.
The SS Susie. A gift from Susie's father as a thank you for preparing his lunch one day.
This'll get me across the lake in no time.
Unfortunately, the boat didn't belong to her.
I'll just borrow it for a couple of hours.
What are we doing right
They
now?
won't even notice it's gone.
Examine panel below keyhole. Got it.
Was just stealing.
And even if you don't do well, it's actually not a big deal. Most people don't know the game. So if you make a couple of mistakes, I actually had control of Jenny there. That was weird. I didn't know that.
Jeez, nobody trusts anyone these days. There must be some other way to start the engine. I bet I can hotwire the boat if I get this panel off.
Risk of electric
Top left,
shock.
top right, bottom right.
Far too dangerous.
I love danger.
Yeah. But I would say if you want to do them, don't be afraid to submit to them. And if you don't want to, then don't feel pressured to.
Damn, this one's stuck.
Foiled
It's generally my... you're definitely a more talented speedrunner than I am, for example.
Time to turn back.
Certainly.
There's only
Or at
one
least more
screw
patient,
left.
at least.
I can just pry the panel back.
And so she very carefully pulled on the panel.
Woo! 3 right, 3 left.
Wow, looks complicated.
Far too complicated for a child to even attempt.
These are not RNG,
Always
thank
says,
God, because these
a
take
great
forever.
detective focuses on the solution, not the problem. It looks like I can bypass the ignition by turning the dials until all the lights are illuminated. Piece of cake. I did it!
Jenny had found a way to cross the lake, but she was still a long way from home. She pulled out her journal and plotted a course.
First, I'll navigate my way around
Chips
Skull
and
Island.
salsa, please.
Next, I'll sail up the river to the Almaston Bridge. Then it's just a short stroll through the Forgotten Forest. And finally, home. Got it. Let's go.
not actually doing anything right now. Alright, first go left to the whales. Got it.
Jenny had never crossed the lake after
First
dark.
go left to the whales,
Come to
just
think
shine
of it,
lights
she'd
on
never
3
even
whales
driven a
until the
boat
red herring
before.
appears. Then shine light on the bottom. Got it.
Thrust the throttle forward and felt a cool wind whip through her hair, sneaking around.
So we got this top-down view now. Oops, just go right here. Yeah, that's where I'm going, to the whales there. Yeah. Luckily, it accelerates and decelerates for you. I'm just holding down B.
I swim in the shadows of giants. This must be the place. Whoa, that was huge. I have to get a closer look.
The bottle.
The elusive red herring, a rare and fantastic sight.
Can't believe they really exist.
Jenny had always believed they were a fisherman's tale, but seeing them firsthand.
She's so beautiful.
But what was stuck in her scales?
Fishies! Hi!
A message in a bottle. Curious. I am the voice of reason. I walk amongst the sunken ships that once sailed through the glowing mist. It's another clue. This case just got more
Dangerous.
Dangerous.
Jenny had no idea who was behind these messages. This could be an elaborate trap.
Or it could be the answer I need to prove my mom's innocence.
The best course of action was to go back and get help from an adult.
No, I have to see where this leads. On my own. Sunken ships, glowing mist. That should be easy to spot. Thanks, fishies!
So I have to exit the way I came in. This is one of the places where a glitch would really save a lot of time. If you could glitch through the barrier, if you can glitch through the barrier that they set up to force you to go to the places they want you to go, over and down, you know. Why do I fuck this up every time? Fishy! Oh, this is where I started. Oopsie poopsie. Why do I do this every time? Push fun. It's very tedious, and then you just like have to find the right place to go. I've done this like 5 times now. I still have no idea where to go. Is it this way? Oh, I'm supposed to go over first before I go down. Just like that. Just like the lasers. It's here, yeah? Yeah, this way. That's what it is, and then you go down here. I just keep hitting these things.
That can't be good for the boat.
It does not matter. Here we go.
I can't see a thing. I must be heading in the right direction.
Is that not right? I feel like that was right. Yeah. Stop losing time. This is right. Here we go. No? Yeah, this is right. I was right. This is right. Yeah, we're good. There we go. The buoys was funny. Alright, what do I do now?
Jenny navigated carefully.
Bottle is on the cross. In this shit, there's only one you can shine on. Okay. Bottle is on the cross, shape shift in the foreground. Get it.
Grounded on the ragged rocks, swallowed by the lake.
Maybe I could shed some light on these ghost ships.
Get it? Shed some light? I would just wait. Whoop. Shine some light. Ka-chow. Sorry, my chat's over here. My webcam's over here. This is a giant waste of time. Is it here? Is it this guy? Huzzah. Now we go straight up into the spiral. Got it. Be assertive with the crow.
Another message. This is starting to feel like a wild goose chase.
It's literally a wild goose chase.
I am the hope in darkness. I sit in a spiral of ancient stone. Against the clock, I move alone. What's with all these cryptic messages? And where are they leading? I should get out of here before I turn into a ghost.
Sadness bottle. Yeah. Yeah. I need a Jenny LeClue emote. I had no idea where I was going there. I lost so much time. But it's okay. We're just here to have fun. Yeah, so these little guys are checkpoints, so they actually let you look at the map and see where you are.
Skull Island, home to an abandoned lighthouse and an excellent sandwich shop. Decommissioned over 100 years ago, but the light mysteriously continued to illuminate the darkness.
We're going up here. There we go. So these little barriers are what's preventing me from just leaving immediately. So if we can get through those barriers, that would save, well, the like half an hour or something. This entire split would go away. Because this entire split is pointless. The only thing that would happen is you wouldn't have the opportunity to get CJ's compass, but the speedrun doesn't get the compass because it's just a waste of time. All it does is it shows you secrets. Break down the barriers like Secret Agent. Isn't it just like... you guys have like these pause strats, right? What do we do now? Oh, yeah. Be assertive with the crow, right? And then shine the light on the crow ASAP? Yeah.
The night grew dark and eerie.
Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Well, aren't you ominous? Shoot! Shoot! Seriously,
Yeah, I watched one of your runs, but I don't really know how any of it
watch your
works.
language.
I've never played it, so I really don't know how any of it works.
How rude!
Hey, screw this game, huh? Good. Guess we did that. Chips and salsa, please!
Watch it, buddy! Talk about a murder of crows.
Murder of crows! I'm calling that a near-death experience.
That was not a rock. It was a crab.
Rock crabs. Rock crabs, rock crabs, rock crabs. I think it's this guy right here, the big boy. No, one more. Chips and salsa, please. It's, here, this guy, maybe? No, maybe it's this guy. Picture of the damn owl? Yeah. God, pet rescue. God. Are you gonna do pet rescue runs? Here he goes, this guy. Yeah, that's the correct answer. Maybe unsure. I would just say no. I've played Pet Rescue. Game sucks.
I am the answer to the unasked question.
Alright, what do I do now?
Stand inside
Down
the
and
crescent
left
moon.
to Bagel Bay.
Below
Got
death's
it.
gaze, I wait for you. I wait for you. This could be the last clue.
I gave the same... Yeah. The thing with Fashion Pack is if you give in just once. And the thing with the Fashion Pack is it's... Any percent is a... is like a gateway drug. It's a 5-minute run, so you've lost 5 minutes of your life, worst case. But with Pet Rescue, it's going to be like, what, an hour? Half an hour? I don't know. It's too long.
Crescent moon. Below death's gaze. Time to wrap up this case.
Down and left. Got it. Hundo's terrible. Hundo is actually pain. Kajink and I submitted a Hundo race to Big Bad Gameathon, and if it gets in, I'm gonna be very upset. I'm gonna yell at Koal. I also submitted the Shuffler. I submitted the Shuffler, I submitted Hundo, I submitted Thunder in Paradise, submitted the 2 other FMV games I play as well. Daedalus Encounter and Wirehead. And... doing Maze and Church first made you do the... Yeah, I just over and down, right? Down and... I actually, yeah, I know ZK tried to do Maze first because that's the biggest source of time loss. But she hated it too. I just do it in order. I think that's the only way I can keep my sanity. Keeping shirts to the end is probably for the best, honestly. I made a mistake here. Oopsie doopsies. Supposed to go this way. Yeah, I was sick of losing 30 minutes to Badger. That's fair. So instead I'd lose 10 minutes. Is your shirt gold like really good? Is that what it is? I should get a better any percent time. I might do that sometime. Threaten the statue. We're threatening the statue, y'all.
Hello? there! Don't come any closer!
It's pretty alright.
Identify yourself!
I know Bronco's gold. Not the run.
I'm with the police. You're surrounded.
Not the run. Gotcha.
You have 2 seconds to start talking.
That's fair, actually.
I'll have to use force.
Instead of getting all the way to shirts and then dying, I understand. Same thing with Maze, though. That Bofingo Hex on the D-backs.
I warned you. I'm coming over there. Right now.
Is that who we play next? No. Yes? Yes. No?
Oh,
Who do we play next?
It was just my imagination. Thank God.
Was to do Maze and then shirt.
The dogs mark loudest before the dawn!
Ah! Get away from me, you maniacal murderer!
Wait.
The dogs bark loudest before the dawn.
CJ?
The dogs bark loudest before
He's been on the boat the whole time.
The early bird can't catch the lazy worm.
Yeah, Shirts First is asking for trouble. Maze First is just RNG for the most part, but Shirts First is just horrible.
I watched Pot feels very self-conscious.
The evening sky is full of fireflies.
The last donut is the best.
The last donut is the tastiest.
Tastiest.
Excellent, Jen. They haven't broken you yet.
The notes were from you? I thought you were the Dean's killer. Why did you make me go through all that if you were already in the boat?
Yeah, he's been in the boat the whole time.
This is the only place safe from their prying ears. We have to hurry. This line isn't secure.
Line? We're talking in person.
Exactly. Now quickly, before they get a fix on our location. What did you want to tell me?
Seriously? You can't keep doing this. You contacted me.
Did I?
Actually, I'm glad you did. I need to ask you a few questions about the Dean's death.
Good, Jenny. Question everything. Trust no one.
Black Eye.
What happened to your eye? Did you get in a fight?
Wasn't a fight. More of a misunderstanding, really.
I mean, we both run 100% fashion pack, so we hate life anyway. I feel like that's already kind of known.
There's something you're not telling me.
Is there?
What happened to your compass? Before it was wandering, but now it seems to be pointing in one direction.
Yeah.
Exactly. Do you see now?
We do not, at worst, at best, we do not value our time.
What is it then?
Aliens!
Aliens? What are you talking about?
E.T. Extraterrestrials. Beings from another world.
I know what aliens are. Come on, CJ, there's no such thing.
What? No.
I love these hex,
I'm sorry, CJ,
these hex memes. They're very good. You're never touching Hundo ever again? What if somebody takes your record?
Framed for a murder she didn't
What if
commit.
ZK comes back and takes
I
your
need
record?
to get to the truth.
The only way to truly see is to open your mind. Not everything is what it seems.
Good.
If there really are aliens in Arthurton, how come you're the only person who's ever seen them?
Not wanted. I not wanted.
I swear I come here every night to observe the unobservable.
Oh my gosh.
The compass is my eyes. It can sense their presence where I cannot. Why don't you borrow it and find out for yourself?
Yeah, but you have the double right now. You have both records. I'm sure.
To be honest, I don't know what I'd use it for.
I see. Well, perhaps you're not ready to experience the truth after all.
I didn't mean to upset you.
But know this. They were here before. They will return. And we'll be waiting for them.
Uh-huh. Yep, totally.
As long as you have... Yeah, I'm at my parents'
I
house.
know you were in the library the day Dean Strasberry died. Did you notice anything unusual?
Yes, I did.
Great. What happened?
They changed the bathroom scent from strawberry to pine. It was most unpleasant.
Oh, is that all?
I intended to alert the librarian as a matter of urgency. But no one was at the front desk. Quite unusual.
Was there anyone else in the library?
Yeah, honestly, sub 50 is impossible. I have like a 55 or something. I haven't even gotten close to that PB again.
It's not like you to leave your research lying around. were you in such a hurry?
I lost track of time. I was late for an appointment.
An appointment? Where?
Appointment? What are you talking about?
You said you were late for an appointment.
Objection. Leading the witness.
This isn't a trial.
Fashion
CJ.
pack Hundo is probably a bridge
Jenny.
too far.
Then
It's like
I'll
several
have
bridges too
further
far.
to
It's a
say.
horrendous idea. Any percent is
CJ,
actually not bad.
This is serious.
If
You
there's
have to
one
tell me the
thing that
truth.
Hundo is good for, it is for making you appreciate backpack percent much more.
Well, we're going to
It
find
becomes a
out
lot more,
anyway.
like,
CJ,
doable
murder Dean Strasberry?
The Dean? Oh!
in
no.
practice. Yeah,
But you
yeah,
just
practice
said-
for the, yeah, that's true.
Good, Jenny. Suspect everyone. Even me.
I don't understand.
In fact, I suspected myself for quite some time. But I couldn't have done it.
I want to believe you, CJ, but do you have an alibi?
That's why I left these notes for you. If anyone can prove I'm innocent, it's you, Jenny LeClue.
Hang on a second. Let me take a look at that. Jenny, I need your help. You know, we could have saved a lot of time if you just given me this message first.
Risk being followed? Never!
But what had piqued Jenny's interest was not the message itself.
That paper. What did he write all these messages on?
A newspaper. Right here, maybe? Yeah. I am the hope of darkness. Is it this, maybe, then? I am the answer.
I knew it! You wrote all these messages on a piece of newspaper.
The front page was missing, but even this small snippet worried Jenny.
Top
You've been
right.
peddling lies about my mom right from the start.
And the ad for
Sheriff
coffee.
Winston LeClue has distanced himself from all proceedings. Well, if he won't help her, I will.
Coffee ad.
Jenny couldn't help it. Every time
Just
she
says
thought
Thursday. It
about
doesn't have a
coffee,
date,
she
'cause this
saw
place isn't
Keith's
real.
face. She heard his voice. She remembered his sadness. And she promised not to rest until she'd uncovered the truth of his father's death.
That's the day of the Dean's murder.
CJ was always protesting something.
Sadness note.
The first time they had met, CJ had handcuffed himself to a bike rack outside Agatha Krusty's bakery.
He was convinced they were hiding something in the pies. He'd lost the key to his handcuffs, so I picked the lock for him.
They had been friends ever since.
This photo was taken in Avocado Heights. That's on the other side of town, miles from the library. 3:55, clearly the afternoon. CJ couldn't have killed the Dean. All the evidence is right here.
Clock plus Avocado Heights plus newspaper.
How can I prove CJ is innocent?
This is the hardest, like, menuing in the game to do with any speed.
CJ was
Because it's
photographed
so
in
slippery.
Avocado Heights at 3:55 p.m. on Thursday, 2 minutes before the Dean died. There's no way CJ could have killed him. CJ, you're innocent!
What a relief!
But you really shouldn't be going around town terrorizing children. You're going to end up in jail again.
That wouldn't be so bad. They have the best beds in town.
They have the best beds in town. The jail.
Those scribbles look familiar. I found your map of Arthurton in the library.
Keep it. It's a great map. Very rare. Ripped it straight out of the town charter, first edition.
Only edition.
Come to think of it, only edition.
What about all your notes? Don't you need them?
We will X you.
What cloud?
Did I say cloud? I meant head.
So what do all those notes mean?
Who are the Shadow Men?
Who are the Shadow Men?
Yes! You're starting
Shadow
to
Men
see
are real.
clearly.
That's the best part of this whole thing is the Shadow Men are real.
Patterns everywhere. Keep searching.
Every part of my being is telling me that my mom is being framed. But I don't understand why.
There are only 3 reasons a man is murdered. He didn't mind his own business. He couldn't keep his mouth shut. Or he wouldn't keep his hands to himself.
Have you ever heard of a place called Widow's Drop? I think my mom met the dean there.
Widow's Drop! No, but it sounds suspicious.
It does sound
Anything
suspicious.
sounds suspicious if you say it like that.
Be careful, Jenny. They'll do anything to keep their secrets. Once you start to see things, there's no going back. Do you ever wonder why the lake glows at night? Or why the power keeps going out all over town?
Yes, I do. All the time.
There's a lot more to this town if you look below the surface.
Do you mean that literally or figuratively?
Yes. The truth is hiding right under our feet.
It's true.
We only stop to look.
I'm more confused than when we started. Well, I really have to get to my house. This case won't solve itself. I can drop you off at the bridge.
No need. I'm staying here. Some of these rocks have moved. Never trust a crab.
Never trust a crab with a man's job.
Be careful, Jenny. They are everywhere.
We're losing
Always
time.
watching.
Well, I know. We'll be
Don't
behind
worry about me,
if we're
CJ.
losing time.
They'll never see me coming. I sneak in silence. I creep in the shadows. My footsteps are whispers.
Crab people.
Damn it! I've got this. Don't worry.
Game over, yeah! I think I have a game over, yeah emote somewhere. There it is. That'll buff right out.
That'll buff out.
Jenny headed east towards the almost done bridge.
I can dock there and make my way through the Forgotten Forest without anyone seeing me. Sneaky.
There's another thing I wanted to be able to do is to be able to go through up there. You can't go through up there, you have to go all the way around. Oh yeah, we're way behind here. Let's go. Well, if I don't PB in this, then it saves me time. I don't have to highlight it and upload it to YouTube and stuff. I have a YouTube channel. I don't really care about it, but I have one. But I have a what you call it, a playlist with all of my PBs, my current PBs. I think exclamation point PBs actually.
That's the way to my house.
Yep. Those should be yellow, not red. Welcome back, Glacier. Those should be yellow, not red. How dare you? I made a couple of mistakes. Let's be real. Made a few mistakes. Got a little bit lost. You know. We're going through Forbidden Forest now.
Still and quiet on the far side of the lake.
That's why I'm doing this run. This run is the tune-up run where you make all the mistakes.
And yet it was hard to
You meant
shake
the game
the
art.
feeling of being watched.
This is CJ's fault. He really believes all that stuff.
Once you start to see things, there's no going back.
I wonder what he meant by that.
Let's go.
Perfect. Just as I'm about to enter the spooky woods.
The good folks at Arthurton Power and Light were not easing Jenny's fear of the dark. Of course, this was the very reason curfew...
Yeah, center channel should be yellow. It's true. Oh yeah, of course, you're the one who knows all that stuff. Yeah, I trust your judgment there. I don't know why I have to hit A there. I could have just kept walking, but no, they don't let me. Go left of the fork, go to the ledge and jump. MG on the tree, then kick it down. Every shadow belongs to you. So apparently when this game originally came out, it did not have any... it did not have... did not have a full voice acting, which would probably make this game faster if I could find a... But it'd be less interesting, so I really don't care that much. Ah, yeah, this is the next near-death experience here.
To the bridge?
It looked like Jenny had reached a dead end. She had no choice but to return to Susie's house for a comforting mug of hot chocolate.
For a comforting mug of hot
I'd rather
chocolate.
plummet to my death.
It was a terrifying drop to the rocks below. Surely she wasn't contemplating jumping across.
Mom always says a great detective takes calculated risks. So let's do the math. The bridge is too weak for a running jump.
I think we get to 20. I think most times I do this, I get to 20. Because I define what a near-death experience slightly differently every single time I play this. So the number is never the same
and
twice.
Factoring in my athletic prowess, or lack thereof, I could make that jump 2 out of 3 times.
Not bad.
Not bad odds.
Terrible odds.
Terrible odds.
Well, here goes nothing. Uh-oh. Okay, maybe the odds weren't so good.
And now she was dangling from a splintered plank, one slip away from certain death.
Go left with the fork.
It's just like climbing a tree. Just don't look down. Don't look down.
Welcome to the vine climbing portion of the broadcast here. It's going to be a lot of this. There should be a separate scream counter. That's a really good idea. I might have, I might use both. I might do a couple of counters for the marathon run itself. That's a near-death experience and a scream counter.
Tiny hero. As her spindly muscles began to give way, an image flashed before Jenny's eyes. Her mother, dangling from a ledge.
This is where the game starts. This is where like things start to get actually dangerous.
How could she possibly save her family when she couldn't even save herself?
I guess stealing a boat.
Give up now. Mom needs me.
Jenny had barely survived. Was she really prepared for the dangers that lay ahead?
It's too late to turn back now.
Literally too late. I actually do real mashing there. It hurts my hand. It still hurts. Every time I mash, I hurt myself. So I don't run games that require mashing. You can do some fun graphical glitches in this game if you run and do stuff at the same time. She'll like glide and all kinds of fun things. MG leaf pile and clear it. Oh. Yeah. Oh, we're actually going to our first Zazer sphere
There's
here.
something under there.
Outer, middle, inner. 1, 2, 3.
Jenny had spent her whole childhood exploring the woods behind her house.
But I've never seen this before.
Then she remembered CJ's words.
People don't see things they aren't looking for.
She knocked on the rusty metal.
Hollow. It's a trapdoor. What a strange device. The wires are connected to the door.
One. MG bottom of ladder for code. Got it. This is Zazer Sphere 1 of 3. This is where things get really weird.
A stale, metallic odor filled the air as Jenny peered into the opening.
It sure is dark down there.
Too dark.
Yeah, I don't dislike mashing. I wish I could mash without hurting myself.
And so, Jenny descended blindly into the unknown.
Down we go. Zazer Sphere numero 1. We don't know it's called a Zazer Sphere yet, but we're going to find out very soon, so that's okay.
That didn't sound good.
In all her short life, Jenny LeClue had never found herself in such a peculiar place. The town that once seemed a small, lifeless pond was suddenly an ocean of mysterious possibilities. Equal parts terrifying and intriguing, it was...
Incredible!
Yes, an incredible mystery in her very own backyard.
Mysterious laboratory.
Looks fancy. And broken.
Jenny wiped away a thick layer of dust.
Jeez, how long
So it looks like red has to go the other way first.
Clearly,
So
the
that's step
equipment
1.
had laid dormant for a long time, and yet...
It's so futuristic. Straight out of those comics Keith is always reading.
Starship cadets and the race for space.
It feels...
Alien.
Now I'm starting to sound like CJ.
Ah, CJ.
There must be a logical explanation for all this.
There is, but it's crazy.
Its purpose would remain a mystery. Jenny dared not touch its intricate interface.
I'll just press all the buttons and see what happens.
Oh dear. As Jenny turned the dials, she heard something hidden in the static.
A voice? But what is he saying?
Whale 36.
It keeps repeating. Animals and numbers. Animals and numbers. People in the future sure talk weird.
Was it a cry for help? A shopping list? Someone with extremely limited vocabulary?
Whatever it is, it must be important.
And so she transcribed it in her journal.
There's something stuck to the bottom of the ladder.
It was just a blank piece of paper.
Or is it?
Jenny traced her finger over the page. She felt the clear indentations left by a pen.
I know exactly what to do. It worked. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It was a code of some kind.
The world's least secure code.
Please enter authorization code to begin.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Code accepted. System authorized and armed for activation.
This is gonna cause things to move around and we'll be able to continue. Good, yeah, it's a very good code, I agree. This is when things get weird. Things are already pretty weird, but they're gonna get more weird. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to remember. You had to write it down, yeah? They had to write it down.
Radioactive safety margins cleared. Running at 54% efficiency.
It says it's working, but what's it doing?
Remember, a healthy employee is an effective employee. Please leave the station for your mandatory 15-minute smoking break.
Mandatory.
Pressing spherical chamber.
This is a mandatory 15-minute smoking break for us, so we're gonna do that. Oh man, we're already gonna be behind. Shoot.
I should get
I'm gonna
out
get
here
caught by
before
this
my
dude
skin
too.
melts off.
I'm running around in pajamas, by the way. I don't know if you realize this. Oh yeah, I forgot that the gravitational...
Boulders must have weighed a ton each, yet they floated in the air like balloons.
Like balloons!
CJ said he saw a swarm of UFOs circling the Forgotten Forest.
Was Jenny beginning to make sense of CJ's wild ramblings?
I'm gonna need a bucket of coffee to unpack all this. Oh, God.
What was that? Steven! Steven!
Steven!
Steven!
What?
Did you hear that? I'm telling you, man.
Not this again.
Something's out here. Something big. Real big.
There's nothing there.
But I'm getting some super spooky vibes, man.
For the last time, Kevin, the radio's off for emergencies only.
That was lucky. I need to be more careful.
The house was swarming with police, but she knew this place like the back of her hand. If anyone could find a way in, it was Jenny LeClue. The window was ajar, the frame damaged.
Somebody broke into my house. That's my job.
But who? The police had
Somebody
used the front
broke into
door.
my house. That's my
Whatever
job.
it was, that's my way in.
Yep.
Here.
Hmm?
Where can I put this thing?
Yes, for you. Unless you want to be on
To
camera,
get
I
to the
can drop it
basement
back.
window, Jenny would have to creep carefully past the police officer. One false move and the game would be up.
Here. A couple shots for you.
Thank you.
Enjoy. Do you want Tabasco? Or you pass it?
I need Tabasco. This is empty.
Hey! Who goes there?
Caught! Jenny would have to think fast or risk being jailed like her mother.
That was my sister. I'm not supposed to get caught here, but it's fine. I have Chipotle for lunch, for dinner, whatever.
There.
What's up, buddy?
I think you should know, and I say this with 100% certainty, that there's a...
Spit it out already.
There's a mountain lion out here!
Mountain lion.
Very
He's had
likely.
Wendy's.
They're indigenous to this area.
What?
Just don't let it eat you. I don't need any more paperwork.
Oh, God. I think I'll just head inside for a minute to
We'll see if this actually. Oh, this absolutely loses time. You're not supposed to get. I'm not supposed to get caught here. You're supposed to just go, and then you're supposed to stop once. I just wasn't paying any attention. I was too busy getting dinner. Oh yeah. I have a. I also have a latte here. Thanks, a latte.
Definitely force this open.
Would Jenny enter the dark basement?
Acceptable time loss.
It was an odd feeling, breaking into
Cheers.
her own house. But as she squeezed through the basement window, Jenny felt a rush of excitement. I could get used to this, she thought. Jenny was in, undetected.
Home sweet home.
Unlock the briefcase.
What the heck? Who left this here?
Jenny's
The
father
man in
had never
black.
carried a briefcase, and her mother couldn't afford one.
Let's see who this belongs to.
Take a break, food, reset the run. That code is the same every time.
Who carries around a fancy briefcase with a children's book inside? The Hawk and the Weasel. Hang on a second.
Jenny recognized the book. She'd seen a copy of it next to the dean's lifeless body.
In the library.
I probably could reset the
There
run.
must be something
It would end at
significant
like
about it.
midnight, but I could do it.
This feels familiar. Like I've seen it before. Wait, no! I've heard it before! On the radio in the underground lab!
Could there be a connection between the cryptic radio message?
But I want to play golf. I want to play some Mario Golf
find
later
out.
tonight, so I'm gonna finish this. There. Rabbit 21. Wait, what? It's past, right? Soon. There's soon. There's soon. All. And they. Wolf is Wolf 51, relive. Whale is 31, 36, which is will. Hawk. Weasel 23, listen. No? It's not will? Oh, it's rancid.
Soon they will all listen. Relive their rancid past.
The message read like a threat.
But from who? Could it be a message from the Dean's killer? Let me get this straight. Someone's broadcasting a sinister message in code, which is being picked up on a radio in an abandoned laboratory hidden in the forest. And a secret to decode this message is written in a children's book, which was locked inside a stranger's briefcase in my basement.
In my basement, yeah.
All of this was true.
That doesn't make it any less crazy sounding.
But not all mysteries could be solved in an instant. Sometimes questions had to percolate, like a good cup of coffee. Only then would the answers
Interact
become
with
clear.
Switch.
I guess I'll let it brew for a bit. But right now, I need to get to my room and find my detective gear. Oh crap!
Hey! What are you doing?
Nothing. Just looking for more beer.
I don't know. Why would they have beer in the house? Julie doesn't strike me as a beer drinker. They're the only two who live there, right?
Forget about it. There's more in the back of the fridge.
They better not eat my cookies.
Jackpot. They got cookies too.
Hey, have we searched down here yet?
You lose one game of cards and suddenly you want to search the house. Can't handle the pressure, eh?
Oh, those, sir, are fighting words. You want to put your money where your mouth is?
Arthurton's finest, everyone.
There was no way Jenny could reach her bedroom without being caught by the police.
Which means I can't get my detective gear. Great.
But this was a basement, a veritable treasure trove of old possessions. Surely something around here would prove useful?
Maybe, but I can't see a thing. Let's shed some light on the situation. Of course the fuse is missing for the lights.
The desk, right?
Jenny wasn't prone to sentimentality, but seeing
Violent
her father's
book.
desk, the disorganized muddle of books...
Alright, so we're actually going to intentionally look at a couple of things here to save
more
time
reminders
at the
that her
very
dad
end of the
was here
run.
not so long ago.
Miss you, Dad. This one test tube looks recently used. The others are all covered in dust.
A small puddle of liquid had pooled on the desk.
Looks fresh. Still sticky. A field guide to fascinating flora. Written by Weiss, Felding, and Strasberry. Did the Dean write this book?
You sure did.
This is from the day of Dad's accident. Mom must have kept it. The Dean called the lab explosion an accident, but everyone in town seemed to blame Dad.
Yes, blame the dead. Good stuff. Fun fact, the fuse is always in the last of the three, no matter what you do
Accurate
here.
inspections report. I've never seen this before.
Strasberry's signature.
The Dean signed the report.
Someone had circled the signature in red
Dates
pen.
and conclusion are the last three.
October 5th. That was 1 week before.
Her father's accident.
This contradicts the newspaper article which stated my dad made a mistake. Everyone in town.
Yeah, his
blamed
name is
him for the
Leslie
accident. They were
Strasberry.
all wrong. The
Is that not a
lab was
beautiful
unsafe.
name?
He shouldn't have been working there.
And worst of all,
Dean Strasberry knew. But he still let my dad work there.
any
Yes, this is
rational
us
mind
finding
would
out
see
that our mom knew,
strong
basically.
evidence linking her mom to the Dean's death.
This doesn't prove anything.
But it was a clear motive for murder.
Yeah.
Revenge.
My mom wouldn't do that.
But who else would see it that way?
There must be an explanation. I just don't know what it is yet.
Jenny did the right thing and left everything as she had found it. Her mother would be proud, but would she be grateful?
Mom's innocent, so she has nothing to hide.
But how would it look if the police found this evidence?
I'll just have to solve the case before they do.
Yeah.
Aha! The missing fuse.
Mending the molecular bonds of marriage. Just the titles
Then
are
there
so
was
good.
light.
Jenny would need to work quickly to remain undetected.
Who knows when they'll come back. Now, where's the most likely place to find a makeshift detective kit?
A shaft of light peeked through the boxes.
There's more stuff back there. I just need a way through.
Jenny's instincts had been correct. Dozens of boxes lined the back wall of the basement.
There's probably something useful here, but it'll take forever to search through them all.
CSI supplies.
CSI supplies. That must be Mom's old gear.
Halfway through the game. Bling, blingy, bing. Flashlight.
Not as good as mine, but at least it works.
Ish. Well, that's definitely not going to be a plot point that this game is. That.
My key to the city.
Pick lockpicks.
An old set of lockpicks.
Tucked away at the bottom of the box.
Here we go. Here we go. We're gonna get the title of the game here coming up.
She pulled it carefully from the container and unfolded it.
This must be Mom's old jacket.
It smelled of formaldehyde and fingerprint powder.
From her CSI days.
And so, she tried it on.
Only 3 hours to go, guys. There it is. We got title screen.
Fits like a glove.
A giant, oversized glove.
And it smells like Mom.
That's sweet.
Her mother had never felt so close, and yet so far away.
I won't let them take you away from me, too.
Jenny's search was complete.
It's not the world's best detective kit, but it'll do.
For the first time in her life, she felt like a real detective. She had a serious crime to solve.
And a seriously sharp.
Sorry for the keyboard ASMR. It's right under my microphone.
Somebody else is here.
Man in Black. So we have his book now, though. That's the good news.
That was no cop. What was he doing in my house? I should follow him.
You should follow him.
Was Jenny ready to follow the mysterious man in black?
We save time.
The man in black. Who was he? Where was he going? There was only one way to find out.
Where are you headed, creepy man in black?
Jenny couldn't simply chase the mysterious figure.
He's bound to notice me if I follow too closely. I need to get out of his line of sight.
We're going top route, baby.
Our old fort!
It didn't look like much, but this treehouse had once been Jenny and Keith's favorite hiding spot.
I could never climb up there on my own. Keith always had to help me.
They schemed and planned and swore never to let anything come between them. Just thinking about him hurt.
Oh, Keith.
Well, I'll just have to get it down the old-fashioned way.
She's got a good arm for a teenager. Generally, it's not always confusing. It's usually not very confusing where to go. And when it is, I put instructions in my notes. Just... Sometimes you can, I think it may be frame-ish perfect, but you can run on when you're balancing like that. It's just not easy to do.
The bridge should slow him down a bit. Huh?
Every time they just pan away and he just like somehow gets over without breaking stride.
How do you do that?
Oh man, the graveyard's coming up. That's the by far the longest split. Because it's split into two halves, basically.
The man in black had taken the higher path towards the Almost Done Bridge.
That's a dead end. Why is he going up there?
We'll find out.
There's nowhere to hide on the bridge. I'll go underneath and spy on him from there.
For whatever reason, Jenny has like a stamina bar too. So if you run for too long, she'll start running slower. I don't know why they do that.
Jenny couldn't just walk onto the bridge and blow her cover. No, she'd keep her distance and see what the man...
I don't know, it's such a weird mechanic. It's not even useful. You don't see the stamina bar, she starts running slower.
The man in black neared the edge of the unfinished bridge. His methodical movements unnerved Jenny.
I need to get a better look
One
at
time
him.
I'm actually going to make it creepy. I've never made him creepy before.
I'll climb the outside of the bridge and snoop on him from there.
The plan was daring, but reckless.
The plan was daring, but
choice.
reckless.
He's
It's
my
one of my
only
favorite
lead.
lines in the whole game.
And so, undaunted by the dangers that lay ahead, Jenny LeClue, wearing her mother's jacket, advanced towards the bridge. Yesterday a child, today a courageous
This is all one
adventurer.
day, by the way. When she wakes up in Susie's bed, it's just the rest of the game is just one day. Get in the book.
Easy does it. I don't want him to hear me coming.
Hole 1, then interact. Hole 2 once the phone rings. Hole 3 once he moves. Hole 1 once he moves. Hole 2 once he's on the phone.
Jenny glanced down for the first time. And immediately wished she hadn't. She clung tightly to the stone wall. The ledge beneath her feet was narrow, barely wide enough to stand on. One false move and...
Focus, Jenny.
This is totally normal, not creepy.
The hallmark of a serial killer. Maybe I can get a closer look.
That's actually hole 2. Hole 1's over here.
There you are.
Extremely creepy. Identity unknown. Likes long walks in the woods and children's
The brim
literature.
of his hat concealed his face in shadow. The man in black remained an enigma.
Could be 3 kids in a raincoat for all I know. He's just standing there. What's he waiting for?
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
Yes. No.
Wow, this guy's a real chatterbox.
Yes. It's all there. Clear as day.
Who is he talking to?
Somebody. We actually don't know.
No, it wasn't there. Yes, the whole house.
An enigma, wrapped in a mystery, wrapped in an enigma. It's true.
What was he looking for?
I think we go to hole 1 again. Yeah.
Where? Hold on.
What's he doing now? Where did he go?
Ah!
A super secret spy stash?
It's been used a lot, honestly.
I can't hear what he's saying.
Yes, I'll take care
Ooh,
of
it's
her.
spicy.
Tonight. They change shifts at 4. Yes, it's all here.
I have to see what's on that paper.
Yes, the biggest cross.
The biggest cross.
I know.
That's a big thing. 3. Number 4's over here someplace. There's number 4.
He's destroying evidence. I have to get down there before it's lost for good.
She was only distracted for a moment, but a moment was enough.
Damn, how does he do that?
I don't know why we have to watch her go down this long-ass ladder in real time, but we do. It looks cool. It is very cool. This game is really neat. Don't forget to pay your respects. Biggest cross is over here someplace. Pay your respects. Look for the biggest cross. Fallen angel. Beyond the crumbling arches. Don't forget to pay respects.
Jenny held the soggy paper delicately. She hadn't recovered all the pieces, but enough to discern the message.
Beyond the fallen angel, through the crumbling arches, past the wooden gates. The entrance is buried there. Look for the biggest cross. Don't forget to pay your respects.
What could it mean?
They're directions to a secret entrance.
But an entrance to what?
Maybe there's more in the back.
Ah!
Mom?
Jenny's heart skipped several beats. She remembered the man in black's words.
I'll take care of her tonight. He's going to...
Jenny couldn't bring herself to say the words.
Mom's in terrible danger.
She sure is.
Thankfully,
exclamation point.
Safely locked away.
That was the noise,
the eyes of the police.
The Metal Gear
He'd never
exclamation
get
point
past
noise.
them.
He won't have to. These instructions lead to a secret entrance. A way to get to the jail without being detected.
But where?
The entrance is buried there.
Exactly.
Buried. The word bounced around her brain like a pinball. Where did people bury things?
The cemetery.
The graveyard.
Of course. The graveyard was in the same part of town as the jail.
Angels, arches, crosses on graves.
All features of the graveyard.
I have to get there before he does. I have to save my mom.
This was all well and good, but even if she was right, even if she managed to reach her mother before the man in black,
How am I gonna break her out?
it was at this moment a rather distressing thought popped into her head. As loath as she was to admit it, Jenny needed help. She reached into her jacket pocket
Jenny needs
and
help?
removed the walkie-talkie Susie had given her.
Susie, are you there?
Jenny? Thank goodness. Are you okay?
So if you don't accept this radio
Music.
back at Susie's house, then she just calls you. She just tells you that that there's a
You said earlier you
walkie-talkie in
wanted
the
to...
boat.
Yes?
You said you wanted to...
Help? Of course. Anything for you, friend.
Okay, meet me at the graveyard right away.
The graveyard? But it's nearly midnight. What if I get caught?
It's urgent, Susie.
I don't know, Jenny. I don't think I can do it.
Damn it, Susan! You can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs.
But what do you need me for?
My mom's life is in danger, and I'm the only thing standing between her and death. Do you really want her blood on your hands?
No!
Good. Then meet me outside the graveyard as soon as possible.
Okay. Whatever you need. What should I wear? I'm thinking practical but colorful.
I don't
Practical
care.
but colorful.
Just bring your silent explosives.
What? What do you need explosives for?
I'm gonna break my mom out of jail.
Save more time. We're doing it. The run's coming back. We're making a comeback.
No. I am an artist. I will not be dictated to by some pen pusher in an ivory tower. It's too long, too violent, too dark. These are my characters. So why does it feel like they're rebelling against me? All this fighting,
Yeah,
all
that's
this
true.
drama.
Jenny's basically
For
rebelling
what?
against the narrator.
Jenny and Susie should be best friends by now. Maybe it's time to wrap this one up.
I'd read this
End
book,
on a
honestly.
happy
The
note.
book he's writing, I'd read it.
Yes. Let's fix this nonsense once and for all. You all right, Rufus? First, I need another drink.
So here, if you pick happy ending here, nothing changes. There's just an extra scene.
Looks like fate decided for me.
Apologize to
This one can't end like the others. They won't publish it. I must write something different, something darker. It's the only chance I have of saving her. I'm sorry, Jenny. You'll see your mum soon. But for now, it's got to be the
Soonish.
graveyard.
Well, look. There's only 6 splits left, including the longest one.
Was the man in black the Dean's real killer? Without any evidence, Jenny couldn't be sure. A great detective never made assumptions. The most important thing was getting her mum to safety. And to do that, she'd need to beat the man in black.
All right, let's go.
One thing's for sure. I'm gonna need to be very quiet.
Susie.
What the hell?
Hi, Jenny. I'm here. And I brought snacks.
The hat
This is a
with the little bow
flirtation.
and her
Did you
huge
draw any more
hair
attention to yourself?
is just, it's a work of art.
I just wanted to get
Love
here as
that.
quickly as I could.
Did you bring the explosives?
Of course. Et voila. Now remember, explosives are incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, thanks, Captain Obvious.
Hopefully it'll be enough.
Okay, I'm here. What's the big emergency, Susie? What is she doing here?
Aw,
Keith, you came!
You invited him?
buddy.
I thought it'd be a good opportunity for you to talk.
Now is hardly the time.
I can't bear the idea of two best friends never speaking again. It's too sad.
What's wrong with you?
I should go.
No, Keith, wait.
There was so much she wanted to say. But she had ruined the Dean's funeral, embarrassed Keith in front of the whole town. Worse, she hadn't been there for him in his hour of need. She wanted to tell him all about the Dean's ring, the man in black, and the mysterious room buried in the forest. But none of it would bring his father back. Sometimes the right thing to say was also the hardest.
I'm...
Dude, Susie's the homie. I love Susie. She's my favorite character.
Poor Keith. Angry, grieving, conflicted.
The two best characters in the game
His whole
are
world
Susie and
turned
CJ.
upside down. And the
By
one
far.
person he most wanted to confide in, he couldn't.
I really should go. Goodbye, Jenny.
Aw, Jenny.
Well, that didn't go exactly as I planned. Are you okay, Jenny?
CJ is basically I think CJ is supposed to be
angry
like
as
a
she
Doc
was at
Brown
Susie,
like,
Jenny knew
except
this was a situation of her
more
own making.
office rocker.
Let's just focus on the task at hand. Ugh, locked. I'll have to break in.
Or we could just wait for an adult.
And let the man in black get to my mom first.
These
You're
are
trying to sabotage
these two
everything.
girls are smarter than every adult
Still
in
see
town,
that we can't tell the
basically,
police what we know
except for
and let
maybe
them
Julie.
sort it out.
Because, Susan, the police are incompetent. I'm not putting my mom's life in their hands. Besides, for all we know, it could be an inside job. Now, keep a lookout while I open this lock.
Susie off the hook.
Are you coming, Susie?
Into the graveyard?
There's no time to waste.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm just, I think I need a minute.
Why don't you wait here and keep a lookout? I'll go on ahead. I've got the radio if I need your help.
That sounds like a great plan. Thanks.
Radio me if you see anything suspicious. Especially if
I
you see a
apologize
man in
for my
black
squeaky
carrying
chair,
a
but
briefcase
nothing
and
to
a
do
blue
with it.
umbrella.
Briefcase, umbrella, got it.
Lock the gate behind me so no one suspects anything. And keep out of sight.
Here, don't forget the explosives.
Jenny had broken in undetected. Now she had to find the secret passage that led to the jail.
I just need to follow the clues from the photograph. I'm coming for you, Mom.
Alright, let's go. I'm sure I can save time on this split if I do this right. Thing is, I don't think I'm going to do this right.
The guardian of the graveyard cast her stony gaze over the burial ground, watching over the departed, protecting their peaceful slumber.
Why must everything in a
Alright, so
graveyard
I'm
be so
doing down for this one,
creepy?
yeah?
Of course, this guardian had wings.
Beyond the fallen angel. There are lots of angels here. Which one is the fallen angel?
There's actually a fallen angel.
That sword looks like it might move.
Alright. Down, right. Also down for you. Yeah. This was a fun puzzle to actually figure out. This was one of the better puzzles in the game. In fact, most of the good puzzles in the game happen in the graveyard. Down the stairs, past the ladder. There should be one right here. Yep, there he is. And then up this ladder, right? Great, okay. Yeah, here it is. I actually have to move this twice. No, I don't. Yeah. 3142. All right. Three, 1, 4, 2.
Got it. Some days you just feel super smart.
Jenny studied the stone discs, now perfectly aligned.
All right.
It's the face of a badger. That's unusual.
So this is actually another Zazer sphere. This is when we find out. I think this is when we find out the name Zazer, actually.
Something tells me this isn't a tomb.
If the huge coiling wires hadn't made it clear, the hulking metallic shell certainly did.
This isn't a tunnel. It's the entrance to another laboratory, just like the one in the forest. How many of these are there?
A lot.
The presence of such unusual and foreign objects in Arthurton begged even bigger questions.
We know.
Who put them here, and for what purpose?
It seemed to Jenny as if the graveyard itself had been built around the sphere. A perfect hiding place. If something this conspicuous could be so easily concealed.
What else is Arthurton hiding?
A lot of things. Up we go. All right.
Well, at least we know it's working.
As a dozen intricate machines whirred to life, Jenny noticed a remarkable resemblance she had overlooked before.
Some of this equipment looks like the stuff in Susie's lab. Can't believe I missed it before. That girl owes me some answers.
Oh, I have question mark here for one of the questions.
Another radio.
These are all in the right direction.
Maybe these are used to communicate between laboratories.
It was a hunch, but if it were true...
Whoever's transmitting the message could be in another sphere somewhere in town. It's the same voice as before.
This code was different from the last.
Just as strange, though.
Jenny carefully transcribed the words into her journal.
Let's see what the hawk and the weasel have to say about this.
Rabbit 17 is. Where's the is? 34. Is. Purge. Only. 16. This is hawk, right? This is wolf. Wolf 24. Yeah. Soon and forever. There's soon. Ever. Goose 21. Right here. Herself. It's herself. Hawk and weasel. Despair and silenced.
Purge infected. Soon only death. Forever silenced. Despair herself is near.
This message, as sinister as the last, sent Jenny's analytical mind into overdrive.
Is the man in black sending these messages?
Purge infected, forever silenced.
Could that have something to do with Dean Strasberry?
It might.
It can't be a coincidence that I found a copy of the same book by the Dean's corpse. But how are they connected?
Soon only death. Despair herself is near.
And now they're coming for my mom. What does she know that they're willing to kill her for?
Something bad, actually. I think the key maker's here, you know? No? No. Alright, this way. Let's do the key maker, huh? Key maker's here.
This contraption was new to Jenny, but something about it caught her eye.
Doesn't seem to be working. Probably just a loose connection somewhere.
Left.
Jenny knew that the best way to fix anything electronic was
to mess around with it until all the lights come on.
3, 2. Hey, it works.
Being a great detective didn't work out. Jenny had a promising career in machine repair to fall back on. A large metallic slab with a distinctive indentation carved into its surface.
That shape. Where have I seen it before?
Ring.
The Dean's ring!
Ring ding dong. Ring a ding dong.
It fits.
In fact, it fit perfectly into the slot, as though it were made for it.
How that song go? I forget how the song goes a little bit. It's like ring ding dong.
I could have lost an eye.
The machine's true application would remain a mystery, for now. But whatever its purpose, the implications were overwhelming.
Dean Strasberry is somehow connected to this place.
I broke it! God
Had
damn
the
it!
Dean been aware of the secret hiding within his ring?
Whether he knew or not, it's likely he was killed because of it.
He's starting to slowly get it, but it's more complicated than that.
Hidden amongst a web of cables, the average eye would have missed it. But Jenny LeClue was a great detective.
Yep, I added it.
Book pinned beneath that cable.
So this is actually important.
Confidential. The word was music to Jenny's ears.
Journal. 001.
Zazer.
Jenny recognized the name, but couldn't put her finger.
This is the first time we actually see Zazer Sphere.
So this lab is his invention. He called it a Zazer Sphere.
Power
At
for
least I've got a
Arctic
name.
Greatest. Council of 3.
These machines were built to study and harness the power of Arthurton's greatest resource. They were experimenting on the town itself. The Council of 3.
So I'm assuming
Never
that
heard
the
of them.
man in black was
Sounds like
talking
he
to
didn't
somebody
know
in
who
the
they were
Council of
either.
3.
But they paid for all of this?
New
He
lab
designed a
idea.
bigger sphere. Bigger than this? Did he ever build it? And if he did, where?
288. Terrible setback.
There was a badger on the door to get into this lab. So this must be the experiment he was talking about.
Mr. Gray and Mr. Blue, huh?
Exhaustion, rushed schedule,
All dead?
dangerous conditions.
Next.
The parallels with her father's own working conditions.
Someone
were
followed me home
distressingly
last
clear.
night. There's a lot of things in this, actually. You read a lot of this?
All dead.
If you read a lot of this, there's actually a lot of fun little
Words
details in this one.
echoed across
Fun.
the metal walls, ghosts of a past tragedy.
What did he do? It must have been terrible. This entry is from much later. There are lots of pages missing. It seems that whatever happened before, he carried on his work long after.
As is the case in all tangled mysteries, every new piece of evidence raised more questions than it answered. But she now knew the purpose of this Zazer Sphere and the name of the people who had built it.
The Council of 3.
Yep, that's a big thing.
It wasn't much to go on.
People
but it
over
was a
progress.
start.
Cheers.
What's this? Another blank scrap of paper.
This is not going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, though. Don't worry. Stop writing them down. Memorize and destroy this immediately. 1028.
Please enter authorization code to begin.
1028.
Code accepted. System authorized and armed for activation. Preparing to run experiment 12, cycle 78. Sphere hermetically sealed. Magnetic transducer coils charging. Accumulating voltaic cells. Commencing experiment 12-91.
We will definitely grab.
Procedure 12 completed
This is how
successfully.
we continue.
Decompressing spherical chamber. Remember, a healthy employee
Is an effective employee.
Please leave the station for your mandatory 15-minute smoking break.
Mandatory 15-minute smoking break. You have to go all the way around here, which is the annoying thing.
I wonder what it did. At least I wasn't covered in plasma.
And out we go. How dare, yeah. I think it's more, it's like a reference to the fact that this was like, kind of takes place in the 50s-ish. Like, she doesn't have a cell phone.
Jenny, did you find the entrance?
Not yet.
Jenny was hesitant to share her discovery, but Susie might have vital information.
Have you ever heard the name Zazer before?
Professor Zazer? Yes. He was a famous scientist. There's even a statue of him in Avocado Park.
That's where I've seen his name before.
He worked for my family's company, but that was a long time ago. He led the research and development team. At least he did, until...
Until what?
It's quite sad, actually. He went mad from mercury poisoning. He had to be institutionalized. They said he was a danger to himself and others. Why do you want to know about him?
I found something that belonged to him.
Oh, wow! In the graveyard? Is it one of his crazy inventions?
Something like that. I have to go.
In fact, you don't know whether trusting Susie there is faster than not trusting her.
I will.
I should probably time that out.
Beyond the fallen angel. This is it. The entrance must be through here.
Alright, so that was the first half of the graveyard. So now there's the second half of the graveyard is coming up now.
Another coded
So I could theoretically cut this split in half if I
a
wanted to.
secret tunnel under the graveyard. How long had these things been in Arthurton? Who was
Because it rhymes with LeClue. Honestly, I think that's what it is. My theory about the name is that the creators of the game came up with the name of the game before they actually came up with the game itself.
Through the crumbling arches, past the wooden gates. This must be it. Now all I have to do is find the biggest cross. Oh, come on. There's a million crosses in there.
Jenny, where are you? It's getting really creepy out here.
I'm in the old part of the graveyard.
Oh no.
Every kid in Arthurton knew the graveyard was haunted. The ghosts of early settlers walked among the tombstones late at night, waiting to avenge their tragic deaths in the mines.
A few months ago, Peggy and Veronica went up there after curfew with
Peggy.
some boys. And they were attacked by a ghost.
They were probably hallucinating from all the hairspray.
They swore to me, Jenny. They wouldn't lie.
I don't believe in ghosts. And the tall tales of a bunch of arrowheads won't change my mind.
Even so, Jenny's skin crawled with goosebumps.
I fear not ghosts, I fear them not.
It might have been her imagination, but the night suddenly seemed a lot darker.
Just my imagination
Use Mom's flashlight.
running away with me. Oh yeah, see, this is one of the bugs you can do. You can, if you start moving right when you can move and you go off screen while running, then your running animation goes away and you just sort of glide. It's actually faster. He's dead.
It's dead.
Unable to see more than a few inches ahead, our trembling adventurer had no choice but to edge forward, very slowly.
Oh, great. There's a light over here. What is that? It's coming from the open grave.
Scream.
Wait. You're not a ghost.
you scared the life out of me.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize anyone else was here.
That's okay. This place is terrifying in the dark. I really need to stop working nights. What are you doing out here after curfew?
I don't know if I can trust this guy. I was here visiting.
I look over one second and hear screaming.
You're the LeClue girl, aren't you?
Well.
Your poor old man. What a horrible way to die.
This guy is great. Matt is the best like one-off character in the whole game.
Blown into 1,000 pieces. What a way to go.
Matt, the second T is silent, by the way.
Say goodbye. Boom, gone, just like that. An absolute tragedy. And the pain. Can you imagine? Nothing left of him. Hardly seemed worth digging the hole.
Well, you're digging a big hole right now.
Yes, ma'am. Regulation size 6 feet, not an inch less. The name's Matt. The second T is silent.
There it is.
Sure sounds like an interesting job, Matt. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions about it?
Of course. I'm just happy for the company.
He seems harmless enough. I just need to be sure he's not working for the man in black.
Not exactly sure who he works with.
Is that blood?
Blood? Where?
It's all over your clothes and your shovel.
Oh, that! That's good old Arthurtonian red clay. Impossible to wash out. One of the hazards of the job.
Why are you digging a grave in the middle of the night?
Well, they have to go somewhere. The bones.
The what?
It's the problem with
The
building a
bones.
graveyard on top of an old mine. Ground's always shifted. Before you know it, bones are sticking out all over the place. We have to rebury them. It's bad for business.
That's terrible.
Could be worse. Could be dead, like all of these poor souls. Ms. Smith over there, bitten by a badger. Wouldn't want to go that way.
Another reference to badgers.
There's Mr. McCarthy. Set himself on fire baking biscuits. And there's your dad, of course. Your poor dead dad. Dead.
Are you finished?
Oh, sorry. There I go again, talking about the dead.
There I go again, talking about the dead.
Everything about this place. You told me your name was Matt.
It is, isn't it?
Well then, who is Owen? And why are you wearing his shirt?
Oh, darn it, it's fallen off again. Owen was the old groundskeeper. He died digging a grave.
Turned out to be his own.
His own. Budget cuts.
You're wearing a dead man's shirt.
Seemed a shame to waste it. You didn't need it anymore.
Have you seen anyone suspicious lurking around tonight?
Oh, well, there was this one girl.
A girl?
She scared the life out of me. Really made me jump. Oh, wait, no. That was you, wasn't it? You'll have to forgive me. My memory isn't what it used to be.
Bellus perennis.
Why do you have a flower in your pocket?
I always keep one in there in case of emergency. People like to leave them by the graves as a tribute. You should take it. For your dad.
Thank you.
Yeah, we need to, we're gonna use that daisy later. That's why we take it.
Sure are a lot of people buried here.
Well, if they keep dying, we'll keep burying them.
Do you know which of these graves has the biggest cross on it?
Now there's one I've never heard before. Biggest cross. No, can't say I do. They've all got about the same sized cross, I'd say.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Do you have any idea how I could find it?
You know, you might want to look at that statue up there. It has a list of all the famous miners buried here. It might help you find what you're looking for.
Famous miners. Interesting.
Note from the man in black?
What's that stuck to your boot?
Oh, dunno. Could have come from anywhere.
Beyond the fallen angel.
What now?
Under the crumbling arches.
You lost me.
The entrance is buried there. Does that mean anything to you?
Oh, is this a poem? I love poems. Do you want to hear one of mine?
No.
No, I'm good then.
No, I don't.
I think it's safe to say he doesn't know anything about the man in black.
Well, thanks, Matt. It's been good to chat. But, you won't tell anyone you saw me here after curfew, will you? My granddad wouldn't be very happy with me.
Saw who? I didn't see anyone.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a statue to investigate.
Oh, no. You can't go up there now. It's far too dangerous.
I'll be fine, thanks.
Absolutely not. If you slipped and fell, I couldn't have that on my conscience. Come back tomorrow during the day. I'll give you a guided tour.
Damn. I'll have to find another way to get up there.
Crap. Oh. That's fine. We'll just not have chat for a second here.
Much like those buried in the graveyard, this tree had died a long time ago.
And chat's back.
Be careful, Mr. Crow. It looks like it could fall over at any moment.
We're claw gripping, baby. Pure speedrunning technique right here. Claw gripping.
Interesting.
One more. There we go. Done.
Another case cracked.
Cracked. Get it? Cracked like the tree is cracked. Really funny. Like the magazine. Up this vine. Alright, let's find the biggest cross, y'all. This is like one of the maybe the most annoying puzzles in the whole game. The best do. Found the best.
Mr. McCarthy? How did you get down here?
I'm definitely being a lot more permissive about near-death experiences this time. I'm the best.
That was close. Hopefully this statue can help me find the biggest cross.
Cross and rust.
Rock, unmatched in strength and size.
Jenny read the words to herself again.
Strength and size? Look for the biggest cross. They didn't mean a cross on a grave. They meant a cross in a grave. The Cross family must be buried in the graveyard below. I've got to work out who was the biggest. Find the grave, find the secret paths to the jail, save Mom. Boy, I really hope I don't have to dig them up and measure them.
No, we're good. All right. Take the vine all the way left. The vine all the way left. Karina should be here. All right. There's Karina. This is the big thing you have to remember.
Karina Cross.
You have to examine these. Examine the crosses.
I was taller than Franz.
There we go.
What an odd epitaph.
One more to the left.
It look easy, but I'm hanging on for dear life here.
Next area left. So this is Casper. Now we go back right and go down the vine.
Found one. Casper Cross. What have you got to say for yourself? I was taller than Helga. Seems the Cross family had quite the rivalry.
The biggest cross, get it? So now we go down this vine and the next vine, right? This vine, I see. There we go. So this should be where, I guess, Ivan is? No, this is Franz, okay. Such a weird spot to put graves, honestly. There we go. That's Franz.
Bingo. Hello, Franz Cross. I was taller than Ivan.
One jump. Two jumps. Three jumps. I don't think there's anything here. Yeah. Down the... I'm supposed to go down.
I see Cooper, Chapman, and Cole, but no Cross.
Down the ladder, jump to the right, down the vine. Aha,
I really hope my next adventure relies less on the structural integrity of old plant roots.
Down one more ladder, and there's Ivan. This is where Ivan is. Okay.
Here's another one.
Up ladder, up vine, jump left, up
How
ladder.
tall were you? Casper is a little liar. Ivan wasn't pulling any punches. There can't be many more crosses to find.
One more.
Where haven't I looked yet?
Alright, so up the ladder. Up the vine. Up the ladder, up the vine. Jump left, up ladder. Jump left, up ladder, jump left. What's up, Bald Nate? How you doing? Thanks for the good luck. Cool emote. Ah, it's yours. Nice. This is where Helga is then, huh? How you been? There we go.
Here's one. Helga Cross. I was taller than Karina.
After an exhaustive search of the graveyard, Jenny had found all of the graves marked.
I wish I could just go to Helga. Helga is the tallest, is the biggest cross. I wish I could just go to her and just do it, but you can't do that either.
Who was the tallest cross?
Jenny's, I'm doing all right. I'm a little behind, but I haven't run this game in a little while, and I have a run in a week, so
Then Helga must be the tallest.
I figured we could take a
means Helga's grave is hiding the secret
do a
passageway to
little
the jail.
de-rust run a week before my run. Figure out where the mistakes I can make are, so I can note down in my notes where to do this.
A small stone pot sat in front of the headstone. A fine layer of soil lined the inside.
It's a vase for a flower.
Oh, the tomb
A
puzzle is
wonderful
fun.
revelation struck Jenny as the final
Cool.
piece of the puzzle fell into place.
We're getting towards the end here.
Your respects.
Getting towards the end of
I need
this.
to place a flower here.
Jenny pulled the gravedigger's daisy from her pocket.
I knew this would come in handy.
You can see all these stickers that I'm ignoring. The only run I have with a lot of...
It says the entrance was relocated, but it doesn't say where.
Pretty sure it's here.
Well, that looks safe.
Pretty sure I can
Why
run
does
off
it
screen
have to
here,
be
which
so
is fun.
convoluted? Mom will have died of old age by the time I reach her.
You absolutely can run off screen there. That's fun. I think this is faster going up all those, yeah, there we go. I'm sure there's a secret on that little ledge, but we don't care about secrets in this round. Alright, and off we go. What are we doing now? The tomb puzzle. Got it. Alright, Graveyard Part 3.
Hello? You said if anything strange happened, I should call you. Well, something strange just happened.
Yep, we don't know who that is. We don't know who Matt's talking to. Probably somebody in the Council of Three. But who knows?
This is the only tomb here, and with no epitaph. This has to be it.
I kind of remember, so you want to do the top left first.
If this is
Okay.
the entrance, then there must be
I
some way
kind
to
of
open it.
remember how to solve this. Oh, I see what you're supposed to do. Which one goes where? I think this probably goes there. Oh. solving the puzzle. That wasn't fast or slow. It was neither. It was normal. This was normal. About 2 hours left in the run. Just about.
Jenny peered into the ominous void. A jagged path carved into the earth, plunging deep beneath the rotting soil. How far down did it go? There was only one way to find out.
I'm not sure I want to.
Gathering her courage, she stepped forward into the distended bowels of Arthurton. I said she stepped forward into the distended bowels of Arthurton.
Yes, she's going.
It's dark down there.
It's okay, man.
Jenny! Come in, Jenny! Where are you? Have you found your mom yet?
Give me a second, please. I need a moment before I walk down a pitch-black staircase into the terrifying abyss.
Sorry, Jenny.
Aw, Susie.
Jenny stared into the darkness. She could almost hear her mother's voice calling.
A great detective perseveres, no matter the obstacle.
And so, she took a deep breath, pushed up the thick frame of her glasses, and crossed the threshold.
Let's go. I think I might save some time on this split. God, why with the long staircase bullshit? Yes, we get it. The staircase is very long. I can't even run. Just sorta... Oh, hello there.
Another door. Locked, I presume. Whoever built all this certainly wants to keep it a secret.
That's a gold right there.
Jenny was ahead of the man in black, for now. There was still the matter of breaking her mum out of jail and escaping without being caught.
1 minute gold, and I'm also
Being
a minute 6
careful
behind
not to
now.
make a sound,
I
Jenny
cut the
stepped
deficit exactly in
cautiously
half.
into the dark space below.
This isn't a tunnel. It's like a creepier version of Dr. Benderson's office. Less natural light, same terrible music.
giant metal door stood conspicuously in the middle of the room.
It must lead to the jail.
A perfectly reasonable assumption. There was just one problem.
How do I open it?
Jenny knocked on the door.
Based on the resonance, and the fact that my hand hurts like hell, I'd say this door is solid steel and at least 4 inches thick. No handle and no keyhole. Whoever built this door wanted to keep people out. Or in, depending on which side you're on. Another animal. This one's a fox. Could this have something to do with Professor Zazer's experiments or the Council of Three? Blast proof. So the explosives are useless. I don't know how to pick this. It's some kind of slot. Is something missing?
Jenny came to a distressing yet inevitable conclusion.
Can't open it.
Can't open it. I'm stuck. Of course it's a giant metal door that's impossible to open. Why wouldn't there be?
It would be easy to feel defeated, but this was Jenny LeClue, a great detective. And as her mother always said,
a great detective sees every locked door as an opportunity.
yes, an opportunity for an elaborate puzzle and lateral thinking.
Let's go. All right. So let's go to the vending machine. That's step 1.
Detectiving was hungry work, and Jenny couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten anything.
31 as well.
What I really want is a hot coffee.
So she perused the selection
I
on
love that she
offer.
loves coffee. It's so good.
The key. Open the door to Yum. These candy names are getting ridiculous. Bunch o' Nuts.
Yuck.
Gross. I hate peanut butter. There's gotta be something better than this. Big Crunch. Fight hunger with a punch. I've had one of these before.
Tastes like
Tastes
cardboard.
like cardboard. Kiss of Death. Well, at least they're honest. What kind of vending machine doesn't serve coffee?
Most of them? I don't understand.
Focus
What vending
without
machines
her
do serve
usual
coffee?
brew. Perhaps a nice bar of chocolate would help.
This is a waste of time. How's a chocolate bar going to help me open that door?
And that's when it hit her.
The key. Open the door to Yum?
Surely a humorous but irrelevant tagline.
It's the perfect shape to fit in the slot on the door.
A mere coincidence.
It's literally a key to the door.
It'd be a rather strange place to hide a key.
Stranger than a waiting room beneath a graveyard? That's my ticket out of here. B31. Got it.
Now we gotta find the code to activate this thing by searching this
To a
trash can.
detective, rummaging through a trash can was like opening a treasure chest.
Just with more gum and cigarette butts. Gross. My initial assessment? Looks like a lot of trash. A rotten sandwich, napkins, belly button lint. Wait a second. There's a note here that's been torn up.
Let's
Could be a
put it
clue.
together.
Too easy. They should have used a shredder. I know a secret code when I see one. This could be useful.
B14. Yeah, it's B14. The music. B. A. 3. B31. No. B31. Yeah.
Got it! Typical.
Is we MG here?
Give me the key.
Nope, just inspect it.
It's no good. It's stuck. How can I get the key out? That's why it's stuck. The machine has
Going
one
to the
short
mines
leg,
is another like
making
really
it lean
long
forward and to the
section.
right. If I tilt the machine to the left, I should be able to get the key out.
But Jenny wasn't strong enough to lift a vending machine by herself.
I'm going to need some leverage. Of course! I can use the mop to tilt the machine. A little bit of legwork and I'll have that key out in no time.
Oh, baby.
Just a little bit more.
Yeah, buddy.
I did it.
Oops.
Oh, crap.
It's just chocolate.
It's just chocolate.
Of course. It came from a vending machine.
But I thought...
Why would anyone hide the key to a giant metal door inside a candy bar?
Actually, now that I think about it, it does sound pretty ridiculous.
Yep.
But necessity was the mother of invention. Jenny may have failed to open the mysterious door, but thanks to her ingenuity, she had created her own way through. She peered inside the hole. It was just wide enough for her to squeeze through.
Let's go.
Well, look what we have here.
Jenny shone her flashlight on a damaged section of the brick wall.
I can see through to the other side.
The path ahead was dark and foreboding, but Jenny was too excited to be afraid. And so, without hesitation, she crawled into the rocky passageway.
I have saved time in the last 4 splits. So we went from 2.5 minutes behind to 58 seconds behind. So we're doing it. We're doing it right. JCPenney, etc. Alright. The mines. That's good.
Just another friendly message, warning of my impending doom.
This is where the near-death experiences really like skyrocket.
Don't do that.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure you're okay.
The walkie-talkies are for emergencies only, not chit-chat. I'm about to enter one of the abandoned mines. I can't have you distracting me.
An abandoned mine? Be careful, Jenny. Those tunnels are dangerous.
This is the case of a lifetime? Of course it's dangerous.
But you'll get lost. Those tunnels run underneath the entire town.
Exactly. One of them must lead to the jail.
You're right.
I think I can save time on this split right now. So, hey, maybe we'll actually be ahead after this split. I'm ready.
And my granddad's journal. He was a great cartographer that mapped out all of the tunnels.
And you've had this with you the whole time?
I always keep it with me. It makes me feel close to him.
Convenient. Why didn't you tell me this before?
I didn't know you were going to end up in the mines.
Fine. I'm in Tunnel 12. See if you can find it on the map.
Okay, I'm on it, Jenny.
The barricade was old and rotten.
Shouldn't be hard to remove, if I find a weak spot.
There's a lot of these little mini games that happen now. It doesn't really make... I don't know why they make us do it this many times, but it just is how it is. Go straight left and push the boulder down.
Somebody else is here. Who goes there?
Jenny looked like she'd seen a ghost.
It's just my imagination.
Running away from me. Every time.
Great
Every
detective
time.
deals in fact, not fiction.
It was hard for even Jenny's logical mind to deny what was standing right in front of her.
It's just my imagination. It's just my imagination. How am I gonna move this? It's huge. It's spooky how easy that was.
Alright, this is where I get lost a lot, so hopefully I can do this properly and save some time.
Jenny! You've got to get out of there!
Yeah, Susie, I know.
What? Why?
You're right in the middle of Prospector's Pit!
So what?
Don't you remember from Mr. Jenkins' history class? That's where all those miners died. There was a huge cave-in. Hundreds of men were crushed to death. Even more died from lack of oxygen.
Not helpful.
And now their ghosts roam the tunnels, eternally searching for escape.
Don't be ridiculous.
I found Tunnel 12 on the map. This isn't going to be easy.
Just tell me where I need to go.
Well, you need to find Crystal Cavern. It'll be huge, and full of quartz crystals. Directly above it are the sewers.
And the sewers run underneath the jail. Got it.
Woo!
But Jenny, what if you're crushed by a rock? Or murdered by a ghost? You could contract miner's lung. That's a horrible, painful way to die.
Miner's lung is more of a long-term exposure kind of deal, so that's okay. Here we go.
Another Zazer sphere.
In the mines belonging to the Glatz Corporation, no less.
Susie said Zazer worked for Glatz Corp.
But in his journal, Zazer said the Council of Three built these spheres.
There's no way they could have built this without the Glatz's approval.
Alright, let's go to the radio.
Well, hello, old friend. What secret message might
Call
you be
both of
hiding?
the polarities first. There it is. Goose 63, egg 64.
Another code.
34.
Another piece of the message.
Bear, rabbit, bear. Bear 32. Cake. Home. And run. Is it over here? Where's run? 63. Goose. No, there's whale first. Whale 50. And goose 9. Magical. It's 34. And end. End this maze. Run home. Magical cake.
Run home. Magical cake? That doesn't make any sense. How does magical cake fit in?
She read the whole message out loud again.
Soon they will all listen, relive their rancid past. Purge infected, soon only death, forever silenced. Despair herself is near. End this maze, run home.
Magical cake.
Magical cake.
She tried reading it in a different order, but it didn't
I
make a
love
difference.
magical cake. So good.
Until this moment, Jenny had assumed the transmissions formed a single coherent message.
Now I'm starting to wonder if this is a message at all.
Yet the question still remained.
Who is sending these?
And why?
Let's make the key, huh?
Let's try this again. Hopefully it doesn't break this time.
It's different every time. This is horrible.
Good evening, S32. Printing access card. Please stand by.
Running away with me. Excellent.
It's a key.
It was about the same size and shape as a bar of chocolate.
Of course. It has
Yeah,
the same
buddy.
logo as the giant metal door. This must open
That's
it.
for later.
Another blank piece of paper. Let's see if we can jog your memory.
0719? I thought it was
0719. Thank goodness this guy wrote down all the codes. Otherwise, I'd be trapped here forever.
Now we do the experiment and then we bail. Not yet, actually. We have to do the final decoding as well. Here we are.
Please enter authorization code to begin.
0719.
Code accepted. System authorized and on for activation. Preparing to run experiment 15. Please stand by.
What the hell is going on?
This is what caused the cave-in.
Jenny didn't know what she'd started, but she'd have to stop it before the whole laboratory came crashing down.
Hey, we went a while without a near-death experience.
Experiment 15 aborted. Operation unsuccessful. Dataset incomplete.
What just happened? I thought I was going to die.
Remember, a healthy employee is an effective employee. Please take your mandatory 15-minute smoking break. Decompressing spherical chamber.
Oh, Christ. Grab that piece of paper. Really important.
Curious? This is the missing page from the codebook.
The text gave instructions and rules for communicating using a special code.
That's why the radio broadcast didn't make sense. It was designed to look like a sinister message. But the real message is hidden inside. I was right! So what's the real message? Only certain letters from each word are used in the underlying message.
And so, Jenny began by finding them.
Now all that's left to do is assemble the pieces.
This is the one-handed deal here. Still alive. Wrapped on other side. Get Zazer. Find Zazer. HLC.
Still alive. Trapped on other side. Find Caesar. HLC.
HLC.
Yeah.
To most people, these letters would be meaningless. But to Jenny, they were as familiar as her own birthday.
Dad? This message is from you!
A fantasy. How could Henry LeClue have sent this message? Henry LeClue was...
Still alive!
The mere possibility caused Jenny's heart to pound in her chest.
They never found his body. We buried an empty coffin.
That was true. But what connection did her father have to the Zazer spheres?
Dad worked for Dean Strasberry, and the Dean was involved in all of this. Caesar sounds just like Zazer. And if Dad had the codebook, then he knew about the Council of Three.
She read the message once more.
Trapped on other side.
What does that mean?
Jenny
Well, I mean,
pulled
she thinks it's
freshly
outside the
printed access
door.
card from her pocket and jumped to a hasty conclusion.
What if he didn't die? What if they just wanted him out of the picture? What if he's a prisoner, trapped on the other side of the giant metal door?
It was a plausible hypothesis, but incredibly far-fetched.
And my mom knew all this. That's why they sent the man in black to silence her.
This is like
hands were
half
shaking.
true. This is
Her
like half
eyes
accurate.
filled with tears.
Her mom does know something
Was our
dangerous.
great detective letting emotion overpower logic?
No. HLC. It can't mean anything else. The message is from my dad.
That's actually true.
I have to get to Mom before the man in black does. And then we'll go to the underground room, together. We'll rescue my dad, and everything can go back to the way it was.
This was her hope, her longing. But nothing would ever be the same again.
She's right about that. She's right about that, I will say. There we go.
Jenny saw the newly fallen rocks and finally made the connection.
All dead. All my fault. The accident in the mines was caused by Caesar's machine. All those men died because of his experiment. And the Council of Three covered it up.
I guess I have to drag it. Oh! Again, the ghosts are gonna help me here. There we go.
Oh, great. There's nothing there. It's just your imagination, Jenny.
Just my imagination running away with me. Nothing.
See? Nothing to worry about.
Jenny!
Scream.
Damn it, Susie! You scared the life out of me! What do you want?
I just saw the cutest little frog!
Are you kidding me?
I know, right? He's got the cutest little bug eyes. I just want to take him home with me. How's everything going down there?
The truth was, Jenny was fit to burst with all the new information she had discovered. But could she trust any of it with Susie Glatz?
I'm on my way to Crystal Cavern.
Please be careful, Jenny. It's not safe down there.
I'd be a lot safer if you stopped distracting me every 5 minutes.
Good luck, Jenny.
Where is this guy? It's right here. 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 If I'm just, they make it just slightly harder to find. Whew!
Crystal Cavern.
It's beautiful.
Immensely wide, unfathomably deep. Crossing the chasm would be Jenny's most challenging obstacle yet.
Well, At least I'm getting over my fear of heights.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, that marathon is already happening right now, actually. It started earlier today. And I'm running at the very end of the marathon on Saturday. Donate if you can. Able Gamers. Good cause. Exactly. Two pretty quick ones back to back
They don't
there.
build them like they used to. Thankfully.
Another brush with death.
Another step closer to Mom.
So many ladders. There's a secret over there that we don't care about. Another very long... Wow, we're almost even again. For all of this, we're almost even. That's wild. Time for the sewers. I don't mind the sewers.
Well, I won't be going back that way.
Jenny waded through.
This is another one where if I time pressing like run correctly, I can run across these this muck.
I hope the truth is less gross and stinky.
I have to break in first before we do anything else, yeah. Alright, that's open. Get burned by seeing double turn off pump. About tomorrow. Yeah.
Piece of cake.
Jimmy! He's here! The man in black!
Damn it! I'm running out of time. Susie, I need you to follow him. See where he goes.
What? I can't do that! What if he sees me?
Stay in the shadows and keep a safe distance.
You want me to follow a deranged psycho killer through the haunted graveyard in complete darkness?
Yep.
Yes. You're a lot safer if you know where he is.
Okay, Jenny. I'll do it for you. I know
Susie,
you do the same for
such
me.
a good friend.
I can't believe I'm doing this. Please don't see me. Please don't see me.
Look at her tiny, tiny feet. She wears size -3. Alright, so I actually have to get burned here. I can't turn this off without getting burned first. So I'm gonna get burned first and come back around.
Ouch! That's hot!
Wow. Don't know why that didn't work.
Fixed. Now I can hear myself think.
This contraption was curious, and yet somehow familiar.
Why does a town as small as Arthurton need such a powerful pumping machine?
There we go, see? Well, that valve will be useful later.
Torrents of water poured from the open sewer. To attempt to cross it would be suicide. Somewhere in the distance, Jenny could hear a voice.
Oh yeah, this is actually a
So
cutscene.
familiar, she'd recognize it from a mile away.
Mom!
Mom! I finally found you!
Inside the dingy jail cell, Jenny's mother contemplated her predicament, lamenting how little time she had left to make things right. Angry, defeated, alone.
Yeah.
Well, almost alone.
I will not stand for this! This is a violation of my human rights!
Quiet down in there! It's almost 4 a.m. for Pete's sake!
4 a.m. Time was almost up.
I will not quiet down, not until my voice has been heard!
I'm not gonna keep coming over here. What is it this time?
I was promised 2 cookies with my hot chocolate, and I only got 1. What kind of ramshackle operation are you running here?
This is not a hotel, CJ.
If this is how you treat all your guests, I'm surprised you have any customers at all.
The sheriff said you are free to go, just as soon as you stop yelling and throwing stuff around. Now please, I'm trying to finish the crossword.
Why? Wasn't he at the LeClue house? Now he's at the jail?
Service here has really gone downhill.
CJ, did he just say you're free to go?
Yes, but I'm holding out for breakfast. The bacon is exquisite.
I can't believe it's come to this. CJ, I need you to listen to me very carefully. It's a matter of life and death.
He's right about that.
I can't understand what they're saying.
Jenny was so close she could smell it.
And boy does it stink.
But to even attempt to free her mum, she would need to find a way across the chasm.
There must be something around here I can use to get across. I'm on my way, Mom.
Why? Why is it that sensitive?
An old pipe hung precariously above Jenny's head.
I'm going to take a closer look.
Gaping chasm,
The
certain
gap is
death.
too wide to jump across. The pipe is cracked and patched together at both ends.
Get coffee? Question mark? I love that.
According to my calculations, that pipe is just wide enough to bridge the gap. But how can I knock it down? There's no way to climb up there. And there's nothing around here to throw at it.
She only had one option.
The explosives.
The explosives.
Yeah.
But she couldn't use them here. She needed the explosives to free her mother.
I can't break into the jail if I can't even reach the jail. Look at this mess. 2 instructions would
2L, 1L, 3R.
Oh well, I'll work it out.
Shit.
That's it.
Jenny hesitated. Once the timer was started, there'd be no turning back. What if she missed the target? What if the explosives didn't work?
Think positively, Jenny.
She'd be stuck, and it would have all been for nothing.
Focus, Jenny. You can do this. That doesn't sound good. I better hurry. Well, the explosives were silent. But that pipe sure was loud.
The plan had worked, but without the explosives, breaking into the jail was practically impossible. And with the man in black approaching, time was running out.
Don't worry about any of this. Just go to Mom. Do the rest later.
Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Yes, your secret will die with me.
Is that CJ? What did he do this time?
This isn't about keeping a secret, CJ. It's about you following my plan.
Precisely.
Yes, of course. Would you pass me a roll of toilet paper? I think I can hit that guard from here.
Don't get sidetracked. There's no time.
No time for what?
Ah! They found me!
Jenny?
Jenny?
The little small mouth Julie.
I'm down here!
How in heaven's name did you get down there?
Did you hear it too? The sewer grate is talking.
No, CJ, it's me, Jenny LeClue.
Nonsense. I know Jenny personally. She looks nothing like a sewer grate.
I'm underneath the floor, you doof. The dogs bark loudest before the dawn.
Hey, that's my line. The dogs bark loudest before the dawn.
The early bird can't catch the lazy worm.
The wind blows strongly from the east.
A watched pot feels very self-conscious.
The evening sky is full of fireflies.
The last donut is the tastiest. I think it's the last time we do the CJ passwords. Or we're at the end of the game here. So.
What are you doing down there?
So much has happened, but there's no time to explain. I'm here to rescue Mom.
Don't be ridiculous. You are going home this instant.
Shut up.
You don't understand, Mom. Someone's coming to kill you.
What? Who?
A man dressed in black, carrying a blue umbrella and a briefcase.
A shadow man.
Shadow man.
That's serious.
He was in our house, looking for something. And now he's on his way here, to kill you. But I won't let him. I'm breaking you out.
Or was she? Steel bars and a foot of concrete separated Jenny from
Steel
her mother.
bars
Without Susie's explosives, how could she
me.
possibly hope to stage a
I've been
breakout?
a prisoner
And
since
how
the day
exactly were you planning on breaking into the
me.
jail?
I'm still working on that part. But one way or another, I'm busting you out.
Oh no, you're not, young lady.
Not alone.
Not alone. Remember, Jenny, a great detective knows when to accept help. Now, have a look around and tell me what you find down there.
Let's go. Where's the pipe? Is it this pipe? Like, what am I supposed to inspect exactly?
That pipe runs directly into the prison cell. It must be connected to something inside.
And that's what I'm supposed to do.
It's a valve. It controls the direction and flow of water through the pipes. This machine is identical to the last. It's very high-tech for Arthurton. I think it pumps water or sewage through all these pipes.
Sure does.
Why are there so many? Our town's not that big. There's nothing else down here, except for the pungent soup of Arthurton's collective bowel movement. I should go back and talk to Mom.
The dog barks loudest before the dawn.
Okay, I'm back!
What did you find?
There are pipes everywhere. Connected by lots of valves. Some kind of sewage pumping machine? And a whole bunch of dead rats. What can you see up there?
Everything Jenny knew about being a great detective she'd learned from her mother. Even with so much at stake, Jenny couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. She was finally working alongside her mum on a real case.
Toilet. Poorly installed. Possibly never cleaned. There's a large crack in the floor around the base. Cell door. Reinforced steel frame and bars. Wide enough to fit a hand through, but lock is unreachable. Drain cover. Securely welded in place. Would require a small explosion to displace. CJ, looking very anxious. Possibly has lice. A metal bed with pillow and sheets. Extremely uncomfortable.
Extremely uncomfortable.
Dead rat, in the process of decomposition. Cause of death?
Poison.
That's everything of interest here.
I've got this picture of two monkeys holding hands. I think they're planning something.
That's it! I've got it!
I knew it was important!
I know exactly how to get you out of there.
Attempting a breakout without the explosives seemed futile, but Jenny had spotted something else useful.
How can I break Mom out of jail? The pipe leading to the jail is a weak point, and the floor around the toilet is cracked and damaged. By redirecting the flow of water and turning on the pumping machine, we can create an explosion of our own.
Boom, boom, boom.
We need to create enough pressure to blow up that toilet.
Yes, of course. Great thinking, Jenny.
I'll turn on the machine and use the valves to redirect the water.
I'll use the pillow to block the toilet and sustain the pressure.
And I'll distract the guard.
Okay, we're on the case. Go,
All right.
team!
To the left, turn first valve upright. Upright, upright, and up left. So this is upright. This one's up left. Up the ladder, up left. All right. Double back. Ignore the first valve for now. Up the ladder. This valve we ignore. Left down and up left. This is where you can end up behind the scenery here if you're not careful. Turn on closest pump. Wow. Okay, we take those. So it's not working yet. So we're actually skipping a cutscene by not fixing that last valve. And now we're going to go back, turn on the other pump, and then turn this valve over. And we should just get the one cutscene. But I need to turn on this pump before I can turn on the other pump. Or else it just prevents me from continuing. Up left is the last one here. And then Mom mistreats us terribly.
This is it! Brace yourselves for impact!
What the hell was that? Oh! CJ?
Had a spicy burrito last night. You might want to give it a minute.
I had a burrito bowl
Quit making a ruckus.
for lunch now
This is your last
on stream.
warning.
He fell for it.
Well done, CJ.
Mom!
Oh, see, your mom has tiny feet too. This is a short-lived reunion, though.
Oh wow, it's a raid.
It's a raid. Kajink.
I have so
How was a Switch and Sunday?
Don't say another word.
You want to yell at Julie LeClue? Hey, person. ZK.
I see you've been busy.
J Riggs. Julie, you're a terrible mom. Exactly. I get so mad.
Jenny.
I think when you left, I was like 2.5 minutes behind. Now I might be ahead after this split.
And Dean Stroudsbury was working for them too.
Stop.
You already know, don't you? So you
What did you play?
He's still alive, and you didn't tell me?
What? Who's still alive?
Dad survived the explosion. He's alive. Dad is alive. But they're keeping him prisoner in a
Pokemon Snap. Alright. Alright.
No, Jenny.
He sent us
You
a message.
patronizing
He's trapped.
Mario Golf? I love Mario Golf so much.
Together.
I love Mario Golf.
I'm sorry, Jenny.
I've been playing it so much.
But you're wrong.
I mean, everyone here knows who you are, but you know.
I used the
It's only
ring to get a
proper.
key for the door. I can explain everything on the way.
What? Why do you have the Dean's ring?
Well, I
Found it in the library.
in the library.
You stole evidence from a
Hey, J
crime
Riggs.
scene?
Well, yeah.
We are about an hour away from finishing this game. This is Jenny LeClue,
Give it to me.
Detectivu. I play on Switch, but it
Give me the
exists on
ring.
everything.
Now.
PS4, Xbox, Steam.
Fine.
Kajink here actually played this
Don't you
on stream
understand?
recently.
Someone is coming.
I'm running this for really everyone is able, which is a really long-a-thon marathon
Yes.
benefiting able
Precisely why
gamers.
you have to leave.
And I'm running this on Saturday at the end of the marathon. The marathon just started today, so go check it out
I'm the only one who believes you didn't.
later on, if you so.
You didn't, right?
This is when he finds that she's actually
You shouldn't
guilty.
have come here.
You shouldn't have come here. Fuck off.
Why won't you
You'd
tell
have
me
been-
the truth?
Ugh.
What did you talk to the dean about?
You shouldn't have
before
come
he died?
here. Literally rescued you from jail, man. And I actually saved. We saved what's her face life. We saved Dean Strasberry's life by rescuing him. By rescuing her too. So. Makes me
Leave
sad.
Immediately. Find Susie and go home. You put her in terrible danger. A great detective never
keeps secrets from her daughter.
This is a discussion for another time.
Is it though? Well, it is.
I
Yes.
have to go before it's too late.
Did you hear me, Jenny? He's coming! Get out of there!
We're leaving
It's okay. They're cousins. They are cousins.
Mom?
Susie is by far the best part of the game.
No.
I love Susie so much.
Promise
They
you
are
won't
cousins.
follow me, Jenny. Drop all this nonsense. Go home and stay out of trouble. Promise me.
Okay, I promise. But I don't see how splitting up is going to keep either one of us safe.
As long as you're with me, you are at risk. And I will not be responsible for your death just because you want to tag along.
Fine. I don't need you.
But leaving her alone in a sewer is somehow safer? I don't understand.
But at least take this. You'll need it.
No, you keep it.
It's pitch black in the tunnels. You'll be lost without it.
There's no time to argue.
Please, just let me help you.
So I did lose time. Whatever. It's fine. Sewers are obviously safer than moms. In this case, I agree.
kill someone else? I can't do it, can I? Who would it
I can
be?
save some time in the escape, I'm pretty sure, too. I kind of
I can't
farted around
bear
in the
it.
last time.
It's too much. First her father and now her mother. How will the poor girl ever recover? All of this could have been avoided. If I just
The
stuck
Dean
to
is the
my
fastest
original
option.
formula.
In terms of
There
who you
must
choose
be
to
a way
kill,
to
yeah.
fix this.
Jenny is physically the closest
You're right, Rufus.
sticky note to your
I need
cursor,
some
but
rest.
if you choose Jenny,
These
then
long writing sessions are
then Arthur
starting to
cries
take
about it
their
a
toll.
bunch. So Dean Strasberg is the next closest.
Mom, you broke my...
But Jenny's mother was gone. More confused than ever, Jenny had no choice but to make.
You know
her
what's
way
great
back
about
through
this
the
is that when you
completely
reunite
alone.
with them in the mausoleum,
Well, apart from the man coming to kill her, of course.
not accepting her apology is faster than accepting her apology. So you get to be really petty.
You gotta get out of here. The Shadow Men are dangerous, and my boxing skills aren't what they used to be.
And my boxing skills aren't what they used to
all
be.
along, CJ. About everything.
You saw them? The little green men?
Okay, maybe not everything. It's never aliens.
Until it is.
I love CJ. Those are the top two. Two best characters in the game are Susie and CJ, for
All
sure.
connected. And my
And the
mom
best
warned
one-off
you
character is Matt the Gravedigger.
Yes! Trust no one.
What did she tell you before I arrived? She asked you to do something for her. What was it?
I'll never tell. She swore me to secrecy.
But CJ, she could be working for them. What she told you, it could be the only way to stop them.
My goodness, you're right. Let's see. It was very important. Life or death. Find Widow's drop. That was first. Look for the flowers. Use the key. Oh, wear the gloves. Very important.
Yeah, wear the gloves if you
It's hard
touch.
to fit in before sunrise.
If you touch Widow's, what is it? Widow's Peak? Widow's Drop? Widow's Drop.
Good question.
Widow's Peak is the hair.
I don't remember.
Did she at least give you a sense of which direction she was going?
That's a Widow's Peak.
Well, if I'm north and you're south, then she must have been going.
I got to use 2 of Barb's emotes in
It
the
was no
stream.
good. CJ's memory was jumbled at the best of times. Right now, Jenny needed to evade the man in black and get back to the room where her father was trapped.
Stay safe, CJ. I'll see you on the other side.
Oh, yes. Goodbye, Jenny. Keep your eyes open. The truth is closer than you think.
Now.
It's unfortunate that I don't know. I'm not sure of any. There's only 2. There are so many long cutscenes, but the only 2 that are over 2 minutes long are right at the beginning and right at the end of the game. So if I have to like use the restroom, if I have to use the restroom halfway through the game, I just gotta sort of hold it in. Because currently, what's happening? But once we get to the mausoleum, that's the long cutscene. We're just walking. There's nothing happening here. She fell in sewage. That was fortunate.
What the hell is going on?
Jenny, please hurry! He's coming!
I'm going as fast as I can.
Also, hi, Mrs. LeClue!
Ah, she's gone.
My mom isn't here.
Oh no! What happened?
Long story.
Jenny? Jenny, are you okay?
Abandoned by her mother, hunted by a killer, covered in filthy water. Jenny LeClue was most certainly not okay.
Just let me focus on not getting brutally murdered.
Dr. Dr. Benderson says it's always better to get things out in the open.
Dr. Benderson.
Breaking up.
It's the second time we've seen Dr. Benderson's name. I'm sure there's a sticker somewhere here. I don't really care that much. I should, like, 100% this at some point. I need to find time to really... Because there's... It's not just the, It's not just the stickers you need to find, you also need to find the postcards. There's a lot of collectibles in this game.
The path ahead was shrouded in...
How many stickers did you find at the end?
I wish I still had my flashlight.
Was Jenny ready for the next chapter of her
Hey,
adventure?
you can see me again. Hello. Yeah, I don't know how many I found either. I found a lot in my first playthrough, but not... Certainly not all of them.
An unfamiliar feeling began to ferment in the back of Jenny's mind. Doubt. Why did her mother act so suspiciously? Where did she go in such a hurry? Jenny had expected answers, but now each step forward felt as if the ground...
100% win. Never! I'm never going to do a 100% run of this, but I will... I might want to at least just... Because you can... There's a collectibles mode, which is what I use for speedrun practice. And you can just, like, search around and look for stickers and stuff. So at least it's, like, that's doable.
Jenny, are you okay?
Oh, everything's super down here. Just wandering around in total darkness, trying not to get killed.
Oh, well, if you need some light, there's one on your walkie-talkie.
Convenient, right?
Why didn't you tell me that before?
You said not to disturb you.
Jenny fumbled in the darkness until she found the switch on her walkie-talkie.
I feel like I was more...
Perilously close
Hey,
to the
babies.
edge of a deep
I love Susie so much. She's the best.
If Susie hadn't interrupted her when she did...
I think I was more lenient with near-death experiences today than I have been historically.
I'm going to have to jump to that minecart.
But even if Jenny made the jump, she couldn't be sure it would support her weight.
If it was going to fall, it would have done it by now.
Jump to certain death.
See? Steady as a rock.
And found me again. I came back from lurking. Well, hello. Good to see you.
Tunnel 13. Unlucky for some.
Alright, what are we doing now? I work alone. Okay. What a wonderful evening. Sure is. And it's evening for me, isn't it like late night for you now? Well, I'm used to the biddies who, like, sleeps very early.
Jenny shivered as she realized the true scale of the tragedy that had befallen the miners.
I'm standing in the world's biggest tomb. And if none of the miners got out, how am I supposed to?
Fortunately, Jenny had Susie Glatz.
I don't need help. There's always another way.
I don't agree with I don't necessarily agree with working alone in general.
Extraction chamber.
A broken
But,
body
it's
lay
faster.
crumpled on the floor.
Maybe not all of it.
It's like here someplace. Is it up? There we go. Found it. Hey, ZK. Oh, good. Well, this game's gonna be over in less than an hour, so... Oh boy, my instructions here are very confusing. Now what do I do? Go left, investigate lantern, pull lever. Let's go.
It looks like it might still work.
There's a scream coming. Highly in descent. These are very good emotes.
I was better off in the dark. That was satisfying. But what did it do?
He plays a lot of... Oh, okay. That's cool. I'm in damn well. I like watching streams. I like watching simulation games on stream. I don't play them myself, but I like watching them. Let's pull this lever. Go back up, push the barrel to it. Do the same with spooky games? Yeah. I don't mind playing horror games, but I do like watching them. I've played some horror games on stream. What did I play? I played that really stupid Silent Hill game. Until Dawn's a great game. That's right. I've even run. I'll run Until Dawn in October again, like I did last year. I might actually learn that speedrun properly, even. I think a yearly speedrun of Until Dawn every October sounds like fun to me. Now what? Pulley puzzle? Oh no. This thing. And right there. This area sucks so bad. Even in the speedrun, it sucks.
Moonlight shone through cracks in the ceiling.
Moonlight means a way out.
I'm sure you had a lot of fun with this. We're calling that a near death.
That was too close. I better get moving.
I'm sad I didn't catch more of your playthrough of this, honestly. Climb up ladder to trigger Men in Black cutscene. Don't call Susie back. Investigate area by looking at letter on the ground. Examine ladder on the left. I enjoyed the game overall. That's good. I did too. It's not a perfect game by any means, but it's very charming. It's very charming. It has like it doesn't take itself very seriously. Has lots of done little like jokes and puns everywhere. Susie Glatz is a great character, and hopefully they'll actually do the sequel. Because if there's no sequel, I will be very upset.
peered over the edge of the minecart. She was confident the man in black wouldn't spot her, but she'd need to remain perfectly still. Even the slightest sound could give her away. Almost in the clear. Just a few more seconds of absolute silence.
And I think we all figured this was gonna happen.
I just wanted to say, I'm sorry if I upset you earlier. Shut up, shut up, shut up! I can feel our friendship growing. I know it's a silly thing to say, but...
My luck is starting to run out.
I can't remember what
It won't be
Susie
long
says when you
before
call her
just let you
back
go
here,
and
but it's
realize my
faster
mom
not
isn't
to, so
there.
we're not going to.
And something told her he wouldn't be very pleased. The shattered skull of a long-deceased miner looked up at Jenny.
Poor guy. That was somebody's dad. He was still alive and no one came to help him. He never got to say goodbye.
Ladder on the left,
Jenny knew
barrel,
exactly how
pile
that
of rocks
felt.
on the right.
The Council of Three blamed the workers to protect their secret.
Jenny folded up the letter and placed it in her pocket.
I'll find your family, Samuel, and deliver it to them personally. And I won't rest until the whole town knows the truth. Structurally unsound, just like everything else around here.
You know what? She does have a Shauna look on her face for sure, like a Shauna.
There are two minecarts attached together by a system of pulleys. After all these tremors, I'm amazed they're still hanging up there. That's one big pile of rocks. They must weigh a ton each.
Why does it? It's not. I don't. You're not supposed to investigate a ladder. You're supposed to investigate a minecart.
I can see a light up there.
But the ladder was out of reach. Fragments of quartz crystal littered the room.
They're beautiful.
She held one in her hands.
It'd be a good souvenir if it wasn't so heavy.
Like a well-oiled machine, Jenny LeClue's brilliant mind kicked into gear. A plan had started to form.
How can I reach the ladder?
Crystals, minecart, ladder.
I can stand on the minecart to reach the ladder. But first, I need to get it down. And I know exactly how to do it.
We have 6 minutes to do this. I think we can do it. Climb up scaffolding. Yeah, I know. Thank you. I understand exactly how to do this.
When I jumped inside, it lowered, but it didn't reach the floor.
Then jump in minecart.
First, I'll climb to the top of the rickety scaffolding. Then I'll jump in the minecart with my pockets full of crystals. The extra weight will carry me all the way to the floor.
Got it.
At the bottom, I'll climb out and push the minecart underneath the ladder. Finally, I'll use the added height to reach the ladder. Then it's a straight shot to freedom.
This is one of my... In terms of notes, this is maybe the worst set of notes I have in the whole game. Is for this area. I need to actually jump in this the first time to get these guys over here. That's why I'm not supposed to get the crystals on the first time. Oh, well, that's fine. Whatever. Now I understand. Gotta trust my notes, except they're terrible.
I can't fit any more crystals in my pockets. Hopefully this will be enough.
Okay. So we're gonna go back up. We're gonna fall one more time. Let me actually look here. Now at that attitude, Jenny. So I don't think I can jump in this yet. So now that my pockets are full, I'm gonna jump in the minecart. And when I jump out, the minecart on the left is actually going to be low enough for me to jump up, push it off, and then we do the whole thing one more time. And then that will be when we crash.
Why didn't that work? Something's holding me back.
Don't stop me now! Yeah, see, now this is low enough. Now we do this all one more time, and that will be the end. I wish there was a way to do this where I don't jump in that minecart 3 times, but... As far as I can tell, there isn't. Looks like there's a sticker on that. Fun little graphical glitches happening with the Jenny at the top.
Jenny opened her eyes and rubbed her aching head.
How long was I out for?
Things hadn't quite gone according to plan.
I guess my
No, you can't
calculations
stop
were
it.
slightly off.
I actually did like a... I tried once when I was practicing, I did like a full mash. And I get to the end and it just doesn't let you get there. So it's not even worth stopping it, even trying.
Unfortunately, someone else had heard the commotion.
Time to go.
Oh, baby! Look at that!
Here goes nothing.
Welcome back, S32. Access level Z Alpha granted. Disarming blast door 13A. For your safety, please stand clear.
My favorite thing is that I didn't get that sticker, so the sticker's just hovering there in the air.
Here. Could it be true? Was her father really on the other side of this door? The man she'd lost forever. She would have given anything to bring him back. What would she say to him? How would she feel when she saw him? Of all the puzzles she'd solved, every obstacle she'd climbed, and every leap of faith she'd made, this was the scariest moment of all.
Mom should be here.
Aww.
She needed her. She needed someone. Maybe even...
Susie!
I'm not gonna solve anything by just standing here.
Arthurton had slowly revealed its secrets to Jenny, and now she faced the final chapter. Gathering her courage, she took a deep breath.
This is it, Jenny.
And stepped into the darkness once more.
Dad?
Would have been too easy had the dad been
Voice
here.
echoed in the darkness.
We're running. We're running. We're running. We're running. We're running.
Another dead end. Of course he's not here.
Just another machine.
Arthurton, a small town seemingly like any other. Nestled in a valley between two mountains, lined by lustrous forests, and perched on the edge of a pristine lake. Yes, Arthurton had it all. A main street with shops and a place to sip coffee. Schools, a college, a church, and a police station. The kind of place you might find anywhere on your travels. But you won't find it anymore, for Arthurton is now...
I remember in my PB, I remember specifically that this part I did really fast.
Where once stood a city bustling with life, now lies an empty crater. How could a town suddenly and completely vanish from the face of the earth? And if it could happen to Arthurton, could it happen to your town too? Scientists are baffled.
Yeah, I'm baffled.
Church attendance is at a record high. Is this a sign of the end of days? Tonight we attempt to answer the question, what happened to Arthurton? The Enigma Report investigation starts now.
Jenny stared at the screen, astonished.
Arthurton disappeared?
It didn't make any sense. But of all the strange things she'd seen, one stood out more than the others.
There was something at the end of the tape. There! There's something hidden in the static.
Wow, that was very fast again.
You are alive! It worked. Find Zazer. Need help?
He's dead. And now it's broken forever. Oh, that's a near-death experience too.
I better get out of here before I'm crushed to death.
No. I think my favorite piece of my favorite note in my entire like set of notes for this game is at the very end. It says, "Reject mom's apology because she doesn't deserve it, and also it's faster."
I know what you've done. I'm not scared of you.
Still true.
You creep.
I'm very petty. Shit. I'm calling the confrontation with the man in black a near-death experience as well.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Was this the end for Jenny LeClue?
What the? Susie? Keith! You came back!
I had to.
Jenny choked back her tears. She had lost count of the number of times she'd almost died today, and it was starting
26.
to take a toll.
Let's get out of here before he wakes up! No, wait!
Still, Rip, she didn't take off that.
This could be the man who killed your father.
This is not Dean's killer, actually, as we know.
Should really go. This could be our only
Friendship!
chance to find out who he is. It won't matter if we're buried alive. Don't you want to know?
It doesn't matter.
What?
Look!
Damn it! Let's get out of here. That's what I've been saying. The truth is no good if we're dead. I said that too.
It doesn't matter who said what. Let's go already.
Bing, bingy, bing. He totally knows it. Yeah, he knows.
Our three intrepid adventurers made their escape across the graveyard on the far side of town. Behind the Twin Peaks of
Twin Peaks?
Arlington, the sun began to rise, but this night had not yet ended. Beneath them, the ground shook and grumbled. Deep in the bowels of Arthurton,
You know, if you mash A, it actually cuts out just before.
entire adventure. She told Susie and Keith about Professor Zaza and his experiments, the truth behind the tragic accident in the mines, and how she discovered that her father was alive. But she left out one critical detail.
This is a very long cutscene. This is like many, many minutes now of cutscenes.
How would they react to such an unfathomable revelation? Would they even believe her? She wasn't sure she believed it herself.
What an incredible adventure! Although,
What an
I think the
incredible
greatest
adventure!
discovery today has been our friendship.
You never stop, do you?
All these trials have really brought us together. And now that you and Keith
I
are
love-
friends again, we can
I love
form our
Susie
very
so
own
much.
mystery
She's
solving
so
club.
great. Got Susie above me
It's
here.
just a shame we didn't unmask the man in black. So what's our next step, fearless leader?
There's something about this case that still doesn't add up. I need to find my mom before the cops do.
But she could be anywhere.
No, she's gone to Widow's Drop.
Where?
Widow's Drop. But I have no idea where that is.
It's certainly not on any map I've seen.
Because it's not a place.
That's because it's not a place.
What?
Yeah. It's a plant. My dad he grew one in his greenhouse. He had to separate it from all the other plants. They all started to shrivel up.
Have you ever felt a flash of pure inspiration? The sudden feeling of everything falling into place. It's the moment a great detective lives for.
The revelation. I have like a little bit of cold latte here. My sister brought me.
Keith, what
good.
day do you take out the trash?
What?
What day does the garbage man come?
Right.
Friday?
That's my garbage day too.
Of course! It was right there the whole time! Jenny! I know where my mom is.
Jenny!
And I know who killed Dean Strasberry. Jenny! Look out!
My parents' is Tuesday, and mine is Friday. Yeah, if my backdrop looks unfamiliar, it's because I'm at my parents' house, taking care of here for a couple weeks.
We made it!
I have to go back.
So this is such a long cutscene.
Go back?
But we just got out!
A little birdie told me
I was gonna go to the restroom, but there's a line right here that I love so much that I'm just gonna wait for it, and then I'll go to the restroom.
Stealing, breaking and entering, destruction of property. You're all in a heap of trouble. Jenny, can't say I'm surprised to find you here. But Keith, Susie, I expected more from you.
I'm ruined!
Sheriff,
Oh,
this is Station.
I love her
Are
so
you there?
much.
Go ahead,
Susie!
Susie, Keith, I need you to create a distraction.
What?
There's no time to explain.
Where are you going?
You'll just have to trust me.
Okay.
No.
Stand up for yourself, girl. Come on.
No. Not unless you say it.
Say what?
After everything we've been through, you know it's true.
What are you talking about? Now is hardly the time for this.
You told me to stand up for myself, so that's what I'm doing.
Hold on a second. Enough chatter. Get your sorry butts over here now.
We depend on each other. Admit it, Jenny.
Slay them, queen.
Come on, Jenny. It's not a big deal. Just say it.
This is your last warning. I am not going to tell you again.
Of all the challenges our tiny hero had faced,
Does this count as a near-death experience? Saying that Susie's her friend? I feel like that's a near-death experience.
You aren't alone, Jenny LeClue. You don't need to pretend anymore.
as hard as it was to say it, Jenny knew deep
Yeah,
in
I'm
her
calling it
heart
near-death
was
experience.
true.
Fine. Susie Glatz, you are
My cousin.
friend.
Thank you, friend. Now,
Here we go.
get you out of here.
Greatest line of the whole game coming up right here.
Safe and sound. I'm bringing them in now. What the?
You'll never catch us, Copper.
Yes. You'll never catch us, Copper.
Sorry, Mr. LeClue.
Do you have them or not?
I thought I did. Where did she go?
Alright. I'm going to go to the restroom. I'll be back in a second.
It worked.
Oh, how wonderful to hear your voice. I was having the strangest dreams. What's wrong?
I almost didn't make it.
I almost didn't make it.
And we're back.
But you did. Well, we've got a lot of work to do.
I knew it!
I knew it!
See? In retrospect, I should have put 8-bits don't pout under my webcam there.
Jenny?
Jenny?
Surprised to see me?
What is she?
How did you...
It was really quite simple. Once I realized Mr. Strasberry knew he was going to die.
I spent many hours like timing this so I knew exactly which of these combinations are the worst, and so that they have the shortest explanation.
Do it on Friday. This was the key piece of information I needed. Once I considered the possibility that Mr. Strasberry knew he was going to die on Thursday, everything started to fall into place. But consider this. If someone knew they were going to die, wouldn't they do everything in their power?
You can pick any combination. Every combination works. She just says something slightly different depending on what you pick. But there's no wrong answer. So I actually so back when we're in the basement.
It's no secret that the dean is an avid gardener.
Now you hate the ending even more. So back when we're in the basement, I actually took a second and looked at a vial and a book. And the reason I did that is so that the options would be here, so I could save time here. So I lose time in one split to gain time back in another
That
split.
would be the method, but you couldn't work alone. You needed an accomplice, someone to revive you when the time was right.
So if I don't look at the book and the vial in the basement, then these two options don't exist, and I can't do this.
In the basement of my house, on my dad's old dusty desk, I found a recently used vial. The residue was purple, the same color as the marks on the dean's neck. I also found Dean Strasberry's book about dangerous and exotic plants. You plotted together to stage Mr. Strasberry's death. It was a simple scheme. Poison him with the plant, then return after the funeral to revive him. You had intended the death to appear natural, but not everything went according to plan.
Yeah, the first time I played this, I actually didn't know that there was no wrong answers. I spent a long time trying to figure out exactly what the correct answer was, but it actually doesn't matter at all.
After the poison was administered, the dean intended to give Mom his ring. But he accidentally dropped it, and he got stuck in the electrified track of the ladder. When he bent down to retrieve it, he was electrocuted and thrown from the balcony. Getting caught hadn't been part of the plan.
Quite remarkable, Jenny. And you worked out all that by yourself?
Yes, that's how you did it, but the real question is why?
Well, that's
was
all
rhetorical.
a bit more complicated, I'm afraid.
It was a rhetorical question, Mr. Strasberry.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I didn't know she didn't know.
Oh, this is exciting. What an incredible adventure this turned out to be. Jenny's growing up and discovering her full potential. And to think, I did it all without anybody dying.
You saw something there? What do you mean?
Richard.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, what do you think of the new scenes? Aren't they wonderful? I beg your pardon? Trick you? Certainly not. But don't you see? It all works out perfectly this way. I can already picture where the next book will
This is
start.
such a sloppy run. I think it will PB. This run is sloppy, but I have a lot of... I mean, I think it's gonna PB.
But there must be another way. Just give me more time. Cancelled? Richard, please. Richard? Hello? Hello?
More lurk mode. Hey, this run's gonna be over in like 5 minutes.
It's no good. They won't publish it unless someone dies. But I can't do it. I just can't. Come on, Arthur. Jenny's whole world hangs in the balance. Decades of work. It can't all end now. Oh.
Arthur!
I have to. It's like Jenny's mum always says. A great detective knows the right decision is often the hardest to make. And I am a great author of detective stories.
Yeah. I mean, he wrote that line because it's literally his character.
What should I do, Rufus?
Yeah, he's right.
Brilliant. Yes. You're always right, old friend. I'll let fate decide. Here goes.
This could be like a... If I do another donation... If I do another, like, marathon...
Fate has spoken, but is she certain? Once the choice is made,
I could do like a thing where you could pick who dies at the end. You could have like a donation incentive. Or whatever, like a bid war between the 3 characters.
It's the only way this scene can end. The ending the book deserves.
As I was saying...
Looking directly into the camera.
What was that?
No more interruptions!
The tremors were getting more violent and more frequent.
Please! I'm in the middle of my astonishing denouement!
Astonishing denouement.
Everyone in town thinks CJ is crazy. A madman spouting wild theories about aliens and hidden forces at work in Arthurton. But all the strange phenomena he's seen are real. And the culprits are men, not monsters.
Somehow, CJ is the most sane of all of us, except for the aliens thing.
Arthurton is built on top of some kind of energy source. Something special. I uncovered the secret laboratories of Professor Zazer. He ran experiments to study the unique properties of Arthurton's resource. And his research was funded by a shady organization called the
Council of 3.
One of those machines is causing the power outages around town. A giant machine, hidden somewhere in Arthurton.
It's like really far underground in the water. Underwater.
But something happened to the whole town. And wherever we were,
We're not
we
there
aren't there
anymore.
anymore. The rest of the world think we disappeared. At first, I thought I was solving 2 separate mysteries. But then it hit me like a ton of used books. The 2 were inextricably linked. And that's how I know your motive for staging the Dean's death. Dad wasn't working for the university. was
Who's
working on
working for
Caesar's
them?
machines. All under the watchful eye of the Council of Three. The Dean is part of the Council of Three.
At least he
or
works
at
for
least
them.
he works for them. Through her own investigation, Mom concluded that Dad had died under suspicious circumstances. She confronted the Dean. Racked with guilt, he confessed and begged for her forgiveness. Instead of letting anger cloud her judgment, Mom saw an opportunity. And together, you concocted a plan to bring down the organization from the inside.
Oh, what a brilliant
mind you have, Jenny LeClue.
Julie, I believe you underestimated this girl.
You could have gotten yourself killed.
Ah, shut up, Julie.
But I didn't.
But what if you had?
Well, if you had told me, then maybe I wouldn't have gone out of my way to follow you.
A flower cannot blossom without light.
Jenny had risked everything to save her mum.
I'm sorry, Jenny.
I trust you.
Well, it's too late now. You abandoned me. You abandoned Dad.
Jenny, please.
You still think I'm wrong, don't you? Well, I went to the underground room without you. Everyone presumed Dad died in the lab explosion. So did I, until today. But then, I started finding secret messages all over town. They led me to a secret room under the graveyard. And there, on a small television, I saw him.
Henry?
Dad is alive! But he's trapped on the other side, and he's been trying to contact us this whole time.
Ask Google to block 127001.
The experiment worked!
It's the cause coming from inside the house!
Exactly!
But if he made it back, that means...
We can all get back! We need to get to the machine, right away.
No!
We need to find Professor
We need to
Zazer.
find Professor Zazer.
GG? Pretty happy with that. And look how far behind I was. I was 2.5 minutes behind. Going into Jenny's, and going back into Jenny's house. So, there's a lot of time to save here. I lost a full minute in the library alone. Thanks for the GGs, y'all. Yay! Summer best at 610, yeah. My summer best is 610 now.